Well, none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots, yeah. None of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots. I'm telling you now, the truth, the truth. Telling you, yeah, the truth, the truth. You have to go back to the roots, the roots. Go to the roots, to the roots. Yeah, man, you know, this is Benjamin out of the Smiling Coast, West Africa, Gambia, representing for the one and only Abu, the big man you don't know, the Soninke warrior, the man that brings the truth, Soninke warrior, the sign of enlightenment, the Soninke warrior, the righteous and the true African. Abu, reveal the truth to them, you know, no matter how them try run from it, because none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Yes, we have to dig back the roots, yeah. Fire!
Subscribe now.
I remember the days, all those years ago that never fade away. And I remember your face when you hit the ground. I can recall the time and place on a midnight walk through the old streets, trying to turn back the clock to the days of old, back to the days when all the things we knew were made of gold. As the world moves on, time sings a song, in the old neighborhood. As the clock strikes one, the memory lives just as it stood.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Afridamus Report. I'm your host, Afridamus. I want to welcome all of you to today's edition of the Afridamus Report. In fact, guys, I wore my good Sunday clothes for this one. So this is going to be a very good discussion, I hope. And one disclaimer I want to make here. In fact, I won't call it a disclaimer. You see, here at the Afridamus Report, if there is any information about any groups of people on the internet, you know, I'm not shy. I would, you know, we discuss it. We are interested. The people that are watching me are also interested in knowing, you know, how we break things down here. So no hate, it's love for everyone. And everybody is welcome to the Afridamus channel, a place where freedom of speech is fully exercised and accepted, regardless of your background, your color, the country, your religious belief, your sexuality. It doesn't matter. As long as you keep it respectful, respect others, don't come here calling, you know, using, you know, first grade insults on this channel, because it's not going to work. Many other people have tried this on me prior to you. So if they were gonna stop me with the name calling, they call me different names. Do you see me respond to these names? I do not, because that's not what my name is. With that being said, I also get it. Even though there are thousands of people out there that love me, there are many other thousands who also don't love me. But does it stop them from watching? No, they love these topics. So today we're going to speak about AkataNEWS, just like you saw it, Akata. And many people have confused the word Akata. They associate it to the Black American. No, the Black American, the one that called themselves FBA, the one that said their ancestors were fighting in the killing fields of the South. No, those are not the Akatas. The Akatas are $5 blacks. How did they become $5 blacks? These $5 blacks are Africans who generally come from Nigeria, and they are generally from the Igbo tribe. So these $5 Akatas are generally born in America, born and raised in America. Their skin color is black, but they are not real black in the sense, because when I try to tell people I'm honorary black, that means you can trust me. I'm a safe African because I'm not a culture vulture. I'm not trying to pretend to be black mentally. That's not what I'm trying to do. But I can be at the barbecue with everybody, right? I can get in on the jokes, but I'm not trying to hijack your culture and try to pretend like my ancestors were also put in that boat. But an Akata will do that. So therefore, when these people travel back to their original motherland, which is Nigeria, when they get there, what do? They start acting up in a way that to the Nigerians there, this is supposed to be presented as the behavior of Black American. And what are the type of Black American they act like? The ones you see on MTV. Look, I know many of you are gonna say, oh, MTV is no longer popular. I get that. But this Akata thing has been since in the 90s. That's when it was popular. In fact, in my small country of Gambia, Nigerians used to come there, generally Igbos, and they would pretend to be Akatas. What do I mean, pretend to be Akatas? They would tell people, I am an American. You know, they would wear fake chains. Some would, wear the MC Hammer pants. You guys think I'm joking, So it's MTV Blacks that they present. So those are the Akatas, just so you know. But now, these Akatas, they take it to a whole new level. This identity thing, they take it to a whole new level, because you would find those same Akatas going at it with the blacks here in America. So you would think, oh, these people are having issues with African, because the Akata in America would present themselves as African when it's convenient. Or they would present themselves as black when it's convenient, not honorary black like myself, right? And they wouldn't only say they are black. In fact, they would fill in the blanks. Like they would say, for example, if you're writing, they're like, those whose grandfathers, great-grandfathers were enslaved, who are those people? Like the person, instead of saying the blacks, they would just fill in the blank. They would fill themselves in that blank. Because the Akata suspected there is a benefit attached to this. If you see they are putting this in writing, this is something that will be used to shame the white man with. And it's not just to shame the white man for whatever reason. There is a benefit attached to it. But to say that these Akatas would take it as far as they've gone now, this one definitely, this one got me shaking my head. I said, no, there is no way. There is no way they would cross this other line. Boy, was I shocked. Yes, you're seeing Godfrey. Godfrey is the king of the Akatas in America. Let me tell you about Godfrey. Godfrey's entire stake is, his jokes is to pretend to show Africans as dumb in his skits. The guy is not as funny. He would say some things, every now and again, he would try to be funny. But when it really comes down to it, this guy, he studies what is happening during the trend. And him being in Hollywood also, remember, they bring the Hollywood culture and try to turn it into reality for you and I. So if they're around the blacks will have to force them to accept being African. They would have to declare that with the blacks. You see, the blacks don't let that pass through. They're like, all right, we're cool. We can all sit here and eat the barbecues and chips and laugh about it and stuff. But hey, player, when it comes to this reparation here, we got to do paper check. So a lot of these guys who cannot do the paperwork, they would have to do it through lip service. How is that lip service? Is by pretending to be, black when it's convenient, or now Jewish when it's convenient. That's what we're dealing with. Let me read this super chat. MS Delta, thank you very much for this super chat. He said, Afridamus, happy Super Bowl Sunday. Let's go, Eagles. Oh, man. So you got the Eagles. It looks like a lot of people are voting for the Eagles. Guys, if you're not aware of it, today is the Super Bowl, meaning, the world champions, even though the American football, they call football, right? It's only played in America. But hey, in America, we live in our own world. So whether you are aware of it or not, today the world championship is taking place between the Eagles and Kansas. So MS Delta said he's got his money on the Eagles. Thank you again, MS Delta. I hope your Eagles fly high tonight. I hope they do, okay? Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Guys, please hit the like and the super chat. So guys, today I'm going to talk about an interview that I came across. So in this interview is Godfrey. If you're aware, I've done videos here about Godfrey. Godfrey is a comedian. He's not as funny as Michael Blackson. You see, Michael Blackson, he is building schools in his village. He stayed true to being African. He's not coming today pretending to be black. Like when I say black, it's not only skin color. I'm talking in cultural terms. I'm speaking on cultural terms because some of you that are, for some reason, I don't know, maybe you rode in the short bus when you were going to school, the special bus that comes and pick those kids of ours. I don't get it. So when I say black, I'm not speaking of skin color. Obviously you're looking at me. I'm as black as the ace of spade. Not as black as my mic, but technically I'm brown. But you know what I mean, right? So that's what I'm speaking about. But when it comes to culture, there's a difference. And no one respects anyone that, tries to pretend to be something that they are not. No one wants that. So Godfrey used to do a lot of interviews, lots of interviews on the Vlad TV. So, he would say goofy stuff on these interviews. He would throw Africans under the bus. You see, instead of speaking on just his experience or his Igbo people, he doesn't do that. He would just throw all Africans under the bus. You remember when some of the, blacks were running around here on the internet when they wanted to give themselves the free range power to hate Africans. You guys remember this? When some of them thought, okay, the way for us to get reparation, let's just hate on other blacks because those are the people, you see, blocking us. So when they wanted to take that free range, they started spreading lies, saying Oh, you African, your parents, they tell their kids not to, hang out with the blacks. So Godfrey was on Vlad TV, co-signing this. He's like, yeah, when he was growing up, his parents said that to him, and he started talking about how, literally, like, basically saying Africans are prejudiced and racist towards the blacks. And he said that's why he don't rock with Africans. He keeps to himself. So you see, during those times, you know, it was okay to kick us Africans like stray dogs, because you see, a stray dog is not biting back or responding. So the Africans, we were shocked, because we're like, man, what did we do? I thought we were all friends. I thought we were good. We were shocked. And then we were shocked by the blacks saying this, but Godfrey, being an actual Akata, meaning he was born and raised here in America. So I can see he doesn't want to recognize or identify with his actual Nigerian culture, his Igbo culture. Look, I'm not saying all Igbos, but I notice with the Nigerians that are quick to sell out, the Nigerians that not only dissociate themselves from Nigeria, just completely wash their hands of Africa, they tend to be from the Igbo tribe. Look, it used to confuse, I used to get confused, it used to confuse the hell out of me when I first came to America. When I would meet like some of these second generation Nigerians, right? You're talking to them and they're telling you they are not Africans at all. It's like they'll be like, "Oh yeah, my parents are the Africans." I'm like, what's going on? Oh, they would ask you dumb questions that, like a person whose ancestors been from Africa 500 years ago would ask. They would ask you these questions. And I'm always, for me, I laugh, because I'm like, if you're asking me this question and your parents are actually from there, like, wait, are your parents, were they wolves? Were you raised by wolves? Like, what's going on? They didn't teach you anything at all about your own culture, But I've run into this. So Godfrey is a culture vulture, and you are going to see that in a second. So he went on there, confirms and said, yeah, the African parents, they stopped their children from hanging out with the blacks. He said all kind of things. So now it's cool to be African. You see? Now that it's becoming cool to be African, I'm going to play an interview here between Godfrey and two gentlemen who claim to be Jewish. And this interview is very, very interesting, because it looks like one ethnic group of Nigeria is being used by a group here that wants to divide that nation. So who's the best person to play into this? Godfrey is a goofy guy. This man is 50, right? But to him, this is entertainment. He's coming from the Hollywood, background where nothing means much, sensationalization, but it's still attached to a culture of people from his background who have no problem playing this role for whatever reason. So, they are claiming now, Godfrey is claiming to be Jewish. He's not only claiming it from the comfort of his studio or whatever, he in fact is going. I mean, you know what? Don't let me hold you. Let me play my disclaimers and I will break this down as we go. So in this place, he would play black and Jewish at the same time. Here we go. All right. And another thing that's going to surprise a lot of you, you guys think blacks, even though like when I'm talking, mostly my topic is about the blacks, right? Because the show is mostly about the blacks. If you read in my bio, it says to connect and break down, the thinking between blacks in the West and Africans. So that's exactly what I'm living up to. So when people come and say, Afridamus, why do you talk about the blacks? You hate the blacks? Like, no, I do not hate the blacks. In fact, my channel does say it's going to be talking about the blacks. So I don't get it why people act like, oh, I just put on my channel that I'm going to be talking about the whites and, or the Chinese or the Japanese. No, go read it right now. It says about the blacks. So please don't come back here and complain, because that's what it is. But you don't have to only be black to call in. Anyone can call in, and it's Black History Month. I want to remind you guys, yesterday I forgot to do that. If you call in, no matter what you say, but before you leave the panel, can you say something nice to the blacks? Please, those of you that are going to plan on calling, plan on something nice that you're going to say to the blacks, okay? Thank you. All right, let's start with Godfrey here. Give me a moment.
African Jews. What? What do you mean the Schwarzes are Jews? The Schwarzes? No way. That's a derogatory name for black person.
Bro, I'm an Igbo chief. You don't understand that.
What the hell's going on?
My Igbo name is Igbo Nyahae, Warrior of Light.
Look at this man right here. We had to get the fuck out. I was like, we have to go. We have to go now. Yes, they had it cool. They're going to close the app. It's a wrap. It's an Igbo, man. I don't play.
We will be nice. The question is not if, it's when.
What? Like
See
that? I'm talking about trying to get my people to come. This is like our continuation, because Coach Dills, I know you guys know him from last week, right? We had it, and we got on the other weeks. Pretty, I like every time. Yo, you've been coming a lot, dude. I saw him last night. The dude won't leave me alone. And you said, "Hey, Godfrey, check it out. We've been talking about this whole black and Jewish thing going on, which I'm kind of happy that it's being talked about. We just say something so no one can talk.
Just calling it anti-Semitic is a problem if you don't explain why it's anti-Semitic.
Yeah, but they don't.
All right, guys, let me get you ready for this, right? You guys think it is the blacks who are always claiming victimhood, blah, blah, blah. You are going to see the real masters of victimhood, how to spin things. You see? So Godfrey, 1 minute, he's got like the Igbo tattoo. It's not different than, you see blacks here, with Chinese letter tattoos on them. You're like, hey, what does that say in Chinese? They don't know what it means, Like you could at least make up something like it says bang, you can say bang wow. But look, they do tattoo this on their body. So he's claiming Igbo in tattoo, black. And I know when he say black, he's talking about that black culture, because that's what he uses to make money, right? He can just be like Michael Blackson, your comedian. I don't mean exactly, but Michael Blackson is the true African. He is funny, he's never ashamed of being African. And you see, he's killing the game. Look, being yourself is the easiest thing to do, because you don't have to try it. It is you. People can like it or not like it, but you have to continue to do you. But Godfrey seems to be very confused, and you are going to find out here in a minute. So obviously, these two gentlemen here, These are not Africans, right? They could be not African, but they are not from Africa. But these two guys here are about to claim to be related to the Igbos. And you ask yourself the question, of all the tribes there, you know, they are choosing the Igbos. Why? And they would turn this into some Hebrew Israelite talk. So these people are playing, they are playing darker-skinned people against one another. But let's hear them have this discussion.
Oh, they'll just say anti-Semitic, and you can't talk
So
to them.
saying that something is anti-Semitic is not a problem if you explain why.
But they don't. Then that's the problem. It's like, if I say you're being anti-black, I'll go, oh, I'll explain it to you real quick. I'll say this, explain, just say it. What's anti-Semitic? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And it better make sense. That's anti. Okay, you got it. My bad. But you're just saying it is. And a lot of times it's not. You know, if I don't agree with you, I'm not being anti-Semitic. I'm just disagreeing with you on certain things. But there can be people who are that, of course. You know, and this man that's talking here, ladies and gentlemen, you know, I always like to have people on here and they'll just start talking. Like, who is that? Then I introduce them after they talk. And I let you introduce because you brought this man.
I brought Rudy. I brought Rudy here.
Yeah, you want to introduce him since you're good at that? Go ahead.
Well, first, if people don't remember me,
And MS Delta, exactly. MS Delta, did you see what I'm talking about? Yeah. So he's gonna say, oh yeah, I'm rocking Red Fox because, you know, I admire him. But again, like I said, you know, the mind game he's playing. He's playing a mind game here. He said, how dare he wear Red Fox face in his t-shirt? Yeah, by being a black Jew. So here we go. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Let's see.
Coach Dills, who I've worked with on Wild 'N Out, battle rapper.
we work with each other. I make songs. I just started battling, and I'm a song maker. I'm a Billboard charted artist. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, you are. I'll give you that.
Godfrey shared about his trip to Israel with me, and Godfrey was so surprised that I knew about the Igbo tribe, his family. He was blown away that I was not the average light-skinned Jew that was revolving in his normal life. Everyone, I just need to acknowledge that. And Godfrey, do you concur?
I concur, sir. I mean,
So check this out. So there are a lot of, you know, like Godfrey is literally one of those black skinned Africans that embarrasses all Africans in representation. They would make it a big deal or act shocking because this guy is a lighter skinned European. Him knowing about the Igbos, why are you shocked by that? Sir, it's called Google. It's called YouTube. Anyone can go look these things up and read about it. But acting shocked, that is silly. That's because he needs these people for validation. You see, he needs them for validation. So, look, the cure. He said, but Afridamus, you did the same yesterday. No, I did not. Look, the cure. Guys, hold on. I'm gonna say this in Creole because maybe that's what the cure understand. This is the language that myself and Kyo probably understand. The Kyo, Kuse, are you buddy? I hope he sleep well yesterday. Oh, I beg, go get you tea, lay drinker. She don't know more. Lay left me, okay? Thank you. I just told her to enjoy the show, get her tea, and leave me alone. Thank you. Here we go.
Yeah, it was like the Igbos, which I am, my tribe are some of the oldest Jews on the planet. Like, and he came up to me and said, I know about the Igbos being the Jews. I was like, oh, word. Oh, man, we about to get your boy. And I like that. I like that he said that because I remember getting into a discussion with somebody. But before I do that,
yeah, and a perfect segue into Rudy. So Rudy is I guess we call it a Jewish rights activist. Rudy is making a film called We Were Never Lost, which is about the Jews of Africa.
Yeah,
and Tanzania, Madagascar, Nigeria, Ethiopia.
Guys, you see what's happening here? So you have a non-black, non-Africans who have an ideology. They are making movies choosing who are the Jewish tribes in these African nations we have. Nigeria, trying to stabilize it, but they get to decide who is Jewish. It's like, so is this by faith? Oh, this is by DNA. Which one is it? These guys are playing a game. They are playing a game. So they are making a documentary. They're gonna go to, about Nigeria, Tanzania, all this place to pretend, to try to convince these people that they are of the same tribe, because we do know the Hebrews is about tribe. So what are these people up to? What are they trying to tell us? But I'll let you hear it.
Give me another country.
Nigeria, Uganda.
Ken.
They love that.
Cote d'Ivoire.
This is already dope.
The people of the Biafra community.
The fact that you brought up Biafra.
Bro, I'm an Igbo chief. You don't understand that.
What the hell's going on?
My Igbo name.
So they're bringing up Biafra. You guys remember the Biafra war when the Igbos, they want to separate, and there's still a lot of these Igbos online that pushing that separation. But now you are getting, pale-skinned guys coming who are claiming something that is not going to unite that country. You have Christians, Muslims. Now they want to, these are basically evangelists, Jewish evangelists. So they are coming up with, talking about, yeah, we're going to make this documentary that will show how we are the lost tribe and all these people. So Godfrey, who is supposedly the Nigerian Black or Igbo, is over here getting all excited. So is it that because Godfrey doesn't know his own history? Like, what's going on here? What is going on? So it is a problem. The man is struggling with identity. And you will see that in this conversation. And they would do victimhood Olympics in this conversation. It's a great conversation, by the way.
Name is Igbo and Yaha Warrior of Light.
Look at this man right here.
You heard I brought him through. You heard?
And
You heard?
Oh,
Wu-Tang Clan.
That's right. And I am my Igbo name is Undubisi. Undubisi is like health is the most important thing, which is so funny. I was named that, but health, I'm always in the job. I've always been into health. That's so you're an Igbo chief. Even before me, yo. I'm from Abia State. My people are Abia State. I run Diziogo. So which used to be part of Imo State and Abia State. That's where I'm from. Umuna are my people, man. It's all villages and it breaks down.
All right. So guys, you can clearly hear him, right? Naming all these, Umuna, Iyo State, whatever. So these are in Nigeria, right? So he's named it. So that would mean he knows what village he comes from, all that. So his ancestors were not slaves. This is clear, right? So we've established that from his own mouth. Now, let us continue. Let us continue and see if Godfrey knows what the hell he's talking about.
Comment section is just going off.
It's
right now.
amazing. This is dope because you don't expect a guy that looks like you to be this like, I'm trying to talk about African Jews. What?
Perhaps this guy is bridging, communities to conversation, and he's documenting it. And people from all different worlds are contacting him, from priests to Palestinians to people from all over the world, Indian Jews, Chinese Jews, like stuff that you're like, you don't expect
Indian
in New York
Jews.
City.
Look, just so you know, you guys remember the famous Chinese, you guys remember that video where the Chinese was sitting on top of the man's shoulders? They gave him the sword. He was ordained as a Igbo chief. So it's like, it's easy. You can just pass that out. But do you guys see how he is getting excited that these guys, non-Africans, are talking about, making up some story to say they're talking about Africans? I mean, it's a big push. He's happy. He's happy that white people are talking about. I mean, I don't know if I can even call these people white because they don't identify themselves as white, right? So clearly their look is, they are not white. They're a bit darker. So they might have some mixture, but they are not white. But here we go.
And when he went, he has a team. One guy's from France, one guy's from the
just
US.
introduce him.
And my bad. And they got locked up in Nigeria. Okay.
Well,
and he was with the Boko Haram, and he was in prison. And
Well,
now
Jesus Christ, let him say it.
Let him. Now you go.
What's his whole name?
Rudy Rockman.
Rudy Rockman. Hey,
There you
welcome,
go.
brother.
Thank you.
Welcome, man. So you were born in Israel?
I was born in France, actually.
What? Oh, well, Ashanti. Bienvenue or something. Welcome, right? Bienvenue. Okay.
But I'm not French.
Oh, before I forget, let me remind you guys. So remember one time, I don't know if you guys paid attention, like the state of Israel, right? They are an observer state on the AU, the African Union, right? So when people are talking about infiltration, you guys think infiltration is like, people are just gonna come, with guns kicking. No. Also, you have to do it also like a religious project. You find a group that think they are different from everybody else in that country. They are unique, and they are willing to fight to maintain that uniqueness. If you want to create the divide, those are the people you come to. That's how even colonization works. You find a group that already, it's like, think they are completely different from everyone else, and they think they have an outside relative who is a bit powerful. They can attach themselves to that. So that's what could be happening here. So there's a reason why this man was arrested in Nigeria. Let me tell you, Nigerian government have their intelligence. Just so you guys know, they have their intelligence. When they smell infiltration, they would put a stop to it. I'm just saying. So Godfrey over here, is playing, acting like he's straight from Biafra, speaking on things he knows nothing about. He's just happy and giggly that, some Jews are giving him attention. The man is a fool. He thinks he's a Jew. A minute ago, he was a $5 black, and he would get back to his $5 black status again. Like, these people are confused. They don't know what they want to be. How are you from Nigeria? Even if you say you're a Jew, so you have more in common with the people in Israel than the people in Nigeria? What's going on here? But let's continue.
All of my grandparents were born in different countries due to being persecuted as people of Israel.
Of course.
All of my grandparents were kicked out of the countries they were born in, and that's how my parents were first generation born in France.
Wow.
And me being second generation. Then I moved all around the world: Israel, Miami, LA, Palo Alto, New York, Asia, South America.
Everywhere. Yeah.
And growing up, I realized that it doesn't matter where I was born, grew up, lived in, traveled to, reside in. What I really am is a Jew. And so I asked myself deeper questions. What does it even mean to be a Jew? Because we're told today that Judaism is a religion, but in every single religion, if you don't believe in the God, deity, book, or prophet of that religion, you're not a part of it. A Christian that doesn't believe in Jesus is not a Christian. A Muslim that doesn't believe in Muhammad is not a Muslim.
Right.
But a Jew that doesn't believe in the Torah and Hashem, although a fundamental part of our culture, is still a Jew. So I realized that Judaism is not a religion. It's an ancient civilization, like the Mayans, like the Aztecs, like the Maoris, like the Yazidis. And so that's our civilization. We're called Israelites, we're called Hebrews, we're called Jews. These are all different names during different periods of time.
Right.
And there was a split amongst our civilization, the kingdom of Israel, which your tribe, God, was displaced to, and the kingdom of
So he's talking about Hebrew Israelites. So now, despite, for example, people like Judah claim that the Bantus are Hebrews, right? Israelites. These guys are going to name, like the Igbos they name the tribes in Africa who are Jew. So I don't know if Judah's tribe is part of this, but I hope he's watching and listening. But I don't think many of the Bantus made the cut. So I'm sorry to disappoint some of you Bantus that are watching. This whole time you thought you guys were part of the Hebrews. I hate to tell you, it looks like you guys, most of you did not make the cut. But the Igbos made the cut, and Godfrey is happy. Let us continue. But he's talking about in religious terms. So it's like someone being Muslim or Christian. So these people are trying to push some type of faith again to further divide Africans. As if Christianity and Islam did not divide the people enough. But let's continue.
Judea were Judah, Benjamin, and Levites, my family, which were spread out all across. And eventually we split and we went to the four corners of the earth. And in our generation, we're going to see a reunion of all those tribes.
Really?
Absolutely.
we're going to see a reunion.
It's our generation to do that.
Really?
Absolutely.
It's going to be of all colors, shapes, sizes.
It's always been of all colors. You always had Jews of all colors.
I know. Here's the thing, Roy, man. Here's the problem. They marketed the Jewish thing as the Ashkenazis.
Yeah.
You know, it was like all my friends that are, don't I look Jewish? You know how many Jewish comics I work with every night? Everybody look Jewish. I look Jewish. My friend Mordecai, who's one of my best buddies in the world, he does, it's hilarious. He goes, don't I look like a Jew? He'll turn his sideways, look at my Jewish nose. And they marketed it as if it was they were the only ones, because it became a look, like it became a race. Oh, I look Jewish. And then I was like, and I know in college and just learning from Minister Farrakhan and Malcolm out, they would be like, there are black Jews, guys.
Absolutely.
Black, but it got to the point where it became racist. Now they were like, what do you mean the Schwarzes are Jews? The Schwarzes, no way, that's a derogatory name for black person.
Well, I'm not Ashkenazi.
So now, right? So this guy is offended that these people are putting a look to who Jews are. So they will call it racist. So that would mean he truly 100% believe he is part of these people. I mean, like if somebody I see that they're like they are Jews, I'm like, oh, all right, I could care less. That's what you are. Like, I'm not worried about that because I'm not putting a look to it. If you, like I said, I worked in a prison before. I've seen black Jews there. Like these people, they wear the little hat and they put sort of like a lamp and some straps around their arms and put like a white, like white veil over their head, and they'll be reading the book, like shaking, going back and forth. I've seen blacks in prison who did that as well, because in prison you can, I think every 6 months you can update, your religion. I've seen some, 6 months they would be Muslim, another 6 months Christian or Jewish, or they would, any festival that is coming, if that religion, if they provide a lot of meat, some of these guys would sign up ahead of time so they can partake in the festival. So in prison, I understand they do it for food. So why is Godfrey fighting for this status? But here we go.
But, you have to
but I know, I'm just saying they would say that.
The reason it comes from there, you have to understand that Ashkenazi Jews, which is a percentage of the Jewish population, not all, had an experience for 2,000 years amongst Europeans. And the mindset of Europeans is that they are the superior and others are inferior.
Yes.
So 2,000 years of that is mental colonization, adopting that kind of mentality, that it's not only towards Jews that have dark skin, it's also Sephardic Jews like myself, or Yemenite Jews, or Iraqi Jews, and Iranian Jews, and seeing them as lesser. Now, that doesn't mean it's all Ashkenazi Jews. Most Jews are good people.
Listen, first of all,
there is that happens.
My manager.
Guys, have you noticed all the places he's calling where the Jews are? These are not African. The Persians, like Iranians, are called Persians. Okay, all these other ethnicities, groups he's talking about, these people don't look no Igbo to me, right? So is this like a DNA thing, or this is a religious thing? That's what these people need to clarify. But no, these people, they try to confuse you. 1 minute is like, they're like, oh, we all have this faith. But another minute is about identity. It's about look. So obviously, when they bring the look, this guy here, Godfrey, is not going to make the cut. So these guys are, blowing smoke up each other's ASS. But let's continue.
David Klingman, rest his soul, Ashkenazi, Rush, the nicest man I've ever met in my life. Such a good man. And he never got into, he explained the Igbo thing to me. One of the smartest men I've ever talked to, and he was one of those, just a good dude. He was just a good guy. He never got caught up in that shit. He can have a real conversation with people, Of course, I know plenty of, listen, and not to be corny, there's good people in every damn race.
Yeah.
But the problem is, when you're a person, an African-American, a Caribbean, when you're part of black should not even be used, but people that look like me, it's like you feel like everyone hates you. Even people who have been oppressed, like John Stewart said, hurt people hurt people. I have Arabs that are racist.
So, guys, how many? I don't know a lot of, especially like Nigerians, especially the Yorubas. I don't know them walking around thinking people hate them. They could care less. Especially most Nigerians, they don't care about that. That's how most Africans are in general. Most Africans, especially I know, especially like Gambians, I'll tell you right now, If there is somebody who does not care at all about how white people think about them, will be most Gambians. They don't even acknowledge it. So, of course, there's going to be some who buy into that, but majority really don't care. But this guy has issues.
I've seen Asians racist as shit, and they'll go through shit, and then come to the black people and go, yo, look what's happening to us. And we'll go, yo, that ain't right. But then they'll get their shit going. And then when it happens to us, nobody's backing us. Nobody's backing us when we get murdered by the cops every fucking 5 minutes. But then we supposed to.
You see how he's playing black here? So black people in America, this is where they are confused. Because you see, especially in America, yes, some criminals do get killed by cops, right? It's not every 5 minutes that police are killing people. And I'm not saying all the people that got killed are criminals either. But 9 out of 10 times, people that have these contacts with the police and it turns fatal, when you dig deep, you find out what they are telling you is not all that is there. You know, when you dig deep, you find out the story is farther than what they are telling you. But he's saying every 5 minutes. That's not true. You know, and he's saying us. Who is us? It's just like those light-skinned people, the half-breeds who pretend, oh, the cops are killing us, blah, blah. No, the half-breeds are safe if it's about skin color. How many half-breeds of all these people that the cops shoot, how many of them are half-breeds? How many? So it's the same thing. Or how many of them are Africans from Africa or from Nigeria? How many? No, the actual shooting that, blacks are doing generally is black on black, gang violence. But he's over here pretending. So the only way most of these people want to bond with blacks, right? They would use the worst type of black and try to bond through, oh man, look at the criminals that have stuff with the cops, or people get shot. But that's not every black person. They want to force this to be every black person's story. So they're like, yeah, he's down. So his cultural black side, that is to use the shootings in the street as if he's living that life. This is deception, guys. It's called being a culture vulture. MS Delta, thank you for the super chat. MS Delta said, most black Americans don't walk around thinking people hate us. We just want our reparations. Exactly. That's why I say, MS Delta, most of these people, they are just pretending. Do you know how exhausting it would be to just walk around thinking the whole world is against you? Like, that's gotta be exhausting. Those of you that walk around and thinking that, how does that feel? How does it feel to be that poor broken me? Poor broken me, look at me, the whole world is against me. I can't breathe, I can't walk, I can't do anything. I can't change my skin color, I can't change my hair. People hate me for all of it. What should I do? Guys, it's BS, right? It's BS. These people are just pushing a narrative, point blank. And when you see people talking like that, those are broken people. Don't pay them no mind. And generally, you would find out those people, they tend to be the most racist ones themselves. Because you see, they are projecting things onto other people. If they are not hating white people, they would find somebody to hate. Look at it. Those people, they say they are B1, 100%. They are black, as they support the blacks. How many times have you seen some of those people come and throw hate at me? How many? And you can't get blacker than me. In fact, let me prove it to you that you cannot get blacker than me. All right, I got that part covered. Guys, thank you, thank you. I want to thank all the Black elders that actually approved my status. Thank you very much. I'm definitely putting it to good use, just as I promised in my application process. I'm putting it to good use, making sure, bringing positive stories and allowing people to freely discuss it. I want to thank all of you.
You got people that open stores in Black neighborhoods and treat the Black people like shit.
Well, who wins if all these minorities are fighting each other?
Yeah, and guess who's doing it? It's the government. They give these money to these people to open stores in ghettos because Black people aren't worth it. They go, open your shit over there, and you can treat them any kind of way you want.
Guys, this is wild. Did you guys see the type of lie Godfrey is spreading here? So Godfrey is saying, you remember the story that some of these Blacks come online and try to lie about, saying the government brings immigrants here. Mind you, his parents are immigrants, but now it is the Cambodian immigrants, the refugees. He's claiming the government is bringing them here and giving them money to go open up stores in Black neighborhoods. This is a lie that he's spreading. His own parents came here from Africa as immigrants. Is he trying to say they gave them money too? Where are they giving this money to immigrants at? Where is this at? And he clearly also lied and said, oh, those Cambodian, immigrants, they tell them to hate Blacks. First, they used to say, oh, they tell the African immigrants, don't hang out with the Blacks. I came online here and started challenging it. And there was like an Igbo woman. This woman was saying she's Igbo. She was one of the people spreading that lie online. So I came one day on some panels and challenged her, and she disappeared like a witch. I told you guys, I'm like a witch doctor. When I see some of these witches running around and trying to spread witchcraft online here, that's when I come in and put a stop to it. This woman too was going, yes, they would tell us, do not hang out with the Blacks. Why would a government entity, say that? When I was coming to America here, I didn't know the difference, what is Black or white. I'm just like, I'm dealing with the American government. Like, you do realize some of the officials are Black. It's not like it's white people. There's lots of Blacks in the American government. But they were, telling these lies. Now, Godfrey is over here talking about poor refugees, saying, oh, even his father, they used to buy them clothes. Are you kidding me? Godfrey is such a liar. If the US government or these charity organizations bring refugees here in America, I am pretty sure they give them clothing vouchers, food vouchers until they stand on their 2 feet. So they don't need Godfrey or their neighbor to give them anything. They have everything they want until they get on their feet. But you see, these people, they have no shame. They do not care. Even if they have to use, some people, to further their stupid agenda, they will do it. Why would they tell those people, oh, don't hang out with the Blacks? Let's just face the reality. There are some bad elements, in the Black community. We know this. you know, and it's not only the blacks. It's just like, you know, anywhere you go, you're going to use your common sense. If people, you see a group of people living a lifestyle that doesn't match yours, you know, it's not gonna, you know, help you progress. It's not gonna help you get to the place you want to be. It doesn't matter what their skin color is. You just, common sense tells you, you stay away from them, and you make sure your children stay away from them, even if they are Africans. Are you trying to tell me, you know, in Africa, in African countries, especially Nigeria, their parents, some parents are not telling their children not to hang out with those people over there. And we know when parents say don't hang out with those people, it's not because of skin color. There is more to it, because they don't want their children to end up like those people, because the adults can see the behavior. So if you think you got it going on, you know, you are the standard. If those people are saying, don't let your children hang out with them, they are doing you a favor then. You don't have to worry about that. But it means every one of us, we know who we are. Some just pretend not to know it. You know if you are doing good or if you're doing bad. Deep down, you know that. You know if people would want to hang out with you or not. Some of you growing up, you were that child who nobody wanted their child to hang out with. And if you're true to yourself, you know why. You know, any good parent who have common sense, you know, would, you know, should not only would, or they should stop their child from hanging out with you. You know it. Because you yourself, if you agree, you look at yourself where your life is today, where you took yourself to. You would have destroyed other people's kids if they didn't stop their children from hanging out with you. So life is all about choices. The choices you make, you know, don't blame other people for seeing the results and not wanting to participate. That's just the truth. But here we go.
And they have us fighting amongst each other. Growing up in Chicago, I had a lot of Vietnamese refugee friends that got right off the boat in the 80s. Vietnam, my neighbors were from Cambodia, Vietnam, Laos. All my buddies. They told us this. You know, they say, they tell us that black people no good. We call them midang. Midang in Vietnam. Midang is a derogatory word for this.
Guys, you see, on Vlad, he said the African parents would tell their kids not to hang out with the blacks. But now it's the Vietnamese and Cambodians. Let's go.
We call you midang because they tell us black people no good. And these are my friends telling me this, and I'm giving them clothing because they're refugees. My pops is buying clothing for these people, but they said they tell us black people no good. And I said, your friends are black and we protect you. They said, no, but they tell
clothes.
They say,
You got clothes.
Clothing, food, like, because they just got there. But it's just what the government.
You see, he fabricated that. Government, when they allow refugees to come from those countries, why would they need you or anybody to give them clothes? They are already giving those to them. Like I said, they give them vouchers to go shop, do shopping. But you see, he keep contradicting himself. Oh, the government, he would say previously they give them money to go open business. People that are giving money to open business, why wouldn't they be able to have clothes? So it doesn't make sense.
And this country and the European attitude of black people, and they do it to Arabs in France and all. They treat the Arabs like shit. And you would think that everybody has been oppressed would be like this, but it doesn't happen like that. And I think it's a natural thing when you're at the top to become the oppressor for some reason. I think in any like society, you know what I mean?
I think the role of a Jew within white supremacy throughout history has always been to use them as the face of the oppression. For example, the Jews that had an experience in Europe, which again, like we said, was not all Jews, they were used to be the tax collectors. They were not allowed to own land. They were not allowed to participate in agrarianism, to sell crops and cattle and so on. They were used to be the tax collectors. Why? Because they were taxing them by 90% of their earnings. And who was taking the money? It was the Jews, but not for the Jews. It was for the king and queen. But the face of the oppression was the Jew. And that's what we see happening again today, where people are experiencing oppression from the top. But the face that they're seeing is the Jew. And then they're saying the Jews run the banks, the Jews run the media, the Jews run the government. And you have some individual Jews that.
So Now they're doing the victimhood Olympics, right? So this guy is about, now he's pretending, like, I don't know if it's pretense, but a minute ago, they were supposed to be one and the same with these African Jews. But now there's going to be the division. It's the Jews that are accused of this. When you hear Jew, are you thinking Igbo person? Absolutely not. But here we go.
Have been let to rise up into those positions intentionally in order to make it seem as we're the ones that are responsible for those crimes. And by the way, most of those Jews in Hollywood and other places, people that Kanye was calling out, don't even themselves care about Judaism. Usually don't marry Jews themselves.
They're not even real. Are they real? Are they phony? Zionist? What's this Zionist thing?
Being a Jew, you can't take that away from you, right? It's like being a black person. You can't take that away from you.
Right.
You'll always be a Jew, but that doesn't mean they have the best interest of the Jewish people or act on behalf of the Jewish people. So when you have individuals that happen to have been born Jewish, you can never take that identity from them.
So we're talking identity, right? So if the black, that would mean color. So there is a look to the people who are called Jews from this conversation. There's a look to it. So let's continue.
Who don't care about their Judaism at all or act like a true Jew, which is someone who's bringing morality into this world, bringing oneness into this world, then people look at that person and say, oh, that must be all Jews, when the majority of the Jews don't act that way.
Right. And it's up because stereotypes are so easy to stick.
They're the things that are most appealing, especially in comedy and.
Oh yeah, but it's yeah. And with comedy, like he was saying, we use tropes. It's just a shortcut to get the laugh because we're just trying to get you to laugh. It's the ridiculousness of the stereotypes. Yeah. I mean, black stereotypes, black people, we laugh at that. We're probably the best at laughing at it. It's really hard to offend us. We don't get offended by shit unless you're saying kill black people. We'll be like, no, wait, hold up. Yeah. Well, you can make fun of. We will laugh, but I've seen like some Jewish people, and Jewish people have been oppressed, so they make some of the best comedians themselves. You got some great legendary comedians. But some of them will get a little, you shouldn't have said that, you shouldn't have said that. You know, Irish don't get too offended. They'll make fun because they've been treated like too. But black folks, woo, we can take anything because we go, what else has anybody not done to us that's done? Which is just jokes. A lot of times, too, the Jewish stereotype, I don't even know why y'all are mad. Oh, you own everything. Oh, what a bad stereotype. God, I would love that shit.
This is laughable. Black people don't get mad? What? Black people, they take all jokes. Are you kidding me? So, yeah, the guy's clearly lying. And even these guys here, right? A minute ago, they want to talk about uniting all the Jews, but you see now, the conversation is going to veer off for them to say, oh yeah, you know, like these black people should not say this about them. So he's sitting here saying, oh yeah, you know, black people are not easily offended. No, black people are the most easily offended people in America. What are you talking about? He knows this. He knows. That's why even he walks around, like when he's talking, he's like walking on eggshells when it's black topic. Black people are the most easily offended group in America. Yes, there are many. They like to dish out jokes. This is true, but you can't dish it back out because they would get offended. It's the truth.
From in Nazi Germany,
that stereotype. We own everything.
Hold up. This is where it comes from. In Nazi Germany, Jews didn't own everything. They were told that they owned everything, which made everyone go and attack them and eventually kill 6 million. So being funny is a superpower. You could use it for good. You could use it for bad.
Right.
There are certain lines. You know, when Dave Chappelle came on and started making jokes about anti-Semitism, and now everyone took it seriously. For me, I didn't like what Dave Chappelle said at all because he's desensitizing society.
What did you like in the jokes? I would like to know. That'd be interesting.
So let me just give another example of Dave Chappelle. Right? Imagine after Floyd being killed. George Floyd. Right? Very heavy situation. The whole world was moved. I'm sure you
guys watch. So now the victimhood is about to come. Now it's no longer, remember, they were pretending it has nothing to do with race, but they are offended by what Dave Chappelle said. Go watch the Dave Chappelle skit. He didn't say anything there that is offensive as far as I'm concerned. But this man here is about to explain, saying they are offended. You know, he's making light of it. A lot of jokes you see on television, let's be real, a lot of distasteful jokes about black people you see on television. Why don't you guys go look and see who actually is writing those and then come back to me and tell me? But these fellas here are not sitting here being offended by those. They are not offended by the people who wrote those jokes. I mean, all those weird jokes, they call them jokes. Oh, it's funny for people like Howard Stern to write those jokes. You know, it's supposed to be about blacks or say them. But can the blacks say the same thing? Look at, what these people are talking about is based in facts. What Chappelle said was based in facts, but they are really offended by it.
You were hurt and you were serious about that situation, right? Imagine a non-black person comes on and starts making fun about racism right after that happens. Would people then say, oh, well, everything...
What is the joke he's telling them?
Okay, so let's break down what Dave Chappelle said. First of all, he starts his monologue with a speech saying that he condemns anti-Semitism, but joking about it, not being serious. As if you make a monologue and then all of a sudden anything you say is going to be okay, and everyone's laughing.
No, wait. Okay, remember, we're comedians. He's telling a joke.
But it's not funny.
But to you.
Yeah, but the problem is when the world laughs at anti-Semitism, which is a real thing, then they realize that it's not.
But laughing... He wasn't laughing at First of all, Dave's not anti-Semitic.
I didn't say
he couldn't be because Lord Michaels runs.
Guys, you see, quickly, there's the difference, right? The Igbo Jews and the light-skinned Jews. So now the Jews thing, obviously you're seeing that was just a ploy. There is a clear line that is drawn here. Oh no, I mean, his joke was anti-Semitic, right? That's what he is saying. I mean, millions of people found the joke to be funny, but to him, since the joke is not funny, so therefore it shouldn't be told. So all this cancel culture, trying to shut people down, who is truly even behind all of it? So, okay, Godfrey is on point here. He's asking him genuine questions. Like, if it were me, I would just ask the questions, but I'm not going to pretend to try to speak on behalf of Dave Chappelle. If the joke is funny, it's funny. I don't need to break it down to you for it to fit your sensibility. If you're too soft, hey, I'm sorry. But I'm pretty sure there are many other jokes about blacks, Chinese, Japanese, whites you've laughed at. So let's just move on.
SNL, and he's Jewish, and
that doesn't matter.
And he worked in an Israeli club.
That still doesn't matter.
That doesn't matter.
I think it could be or couldn't be. It's based on himself, not based on his surroundings or where he lives.
So he said, "This will buy you, Kanye. This will buy you some time." That when he said that letter, it was hilarious.
I thought it was funny too.
It was funny because you know what? He was making fun.
But I do understand what
he's saying though.
The Jewish people are very hurt at the moment, and there's real trauma that we face, and there's real persecution in New York City. You live in New York, right?
Yes, sir.
13% of the population is Jewish.
Guys, here we go. Trauma. Who else use trauma? Right? So he's about to talk about New York City, saying the Jews are being attacked. But I'm surprised he's not going to tell us who are the people who are accused of attacking the Jews in New York City. How wild. He's calling it a trauma. They are hurt. Blacks are hurt. Like who? I mean, like, who isn't hurt at this point? They are hurt. The blacks are hurt. White women are hurt. White men that transform to become women are hurt. I mean, the feminists are hurt. So who isn't hurt at this point? I mean, I guess we are the few who are left, and we are looked at as assholes for not joining the hurt club. But here we go.
56% of the total hate crimes are specifically targeted against Jews. Nobody understands our struggle and what we face.
Well, here's the thing. I don't know that. I didn't know that percentage because we get shot a lot. So I don't know because we're always getting arrested.
You shouldn't hear
and
any of our trauma as a competition or any way.
No, it's not a competition. I don't know because I think that everybody hates black people. I really believe that because it shows. And I've seen, and like I said, I don't like anybody being dehumanized. I don't play that. That's real.
But Godfrey is speaking. Oh, he believes everybody hate black people. Why would everybody hate black people? This doesn't even make sense. You notice he said, I believe. I'm glad he said that. I'm glad he didn't say this is a fact. So he's saying, oh, he believes everybody hates black people. Guys, do you hear how this man is talking? So Everybody just hates you, but who do you hate? How is it possible that everybody's able to hate you, but you don't hate anyone? Make that make sense. You won't be able to, because it's not real. The energy you put out there, that's the same energy you will receive. It doesn't matter what your skin color is. You're walking around here with hate in your heart, you would attract nothing but hate. Whether you're black, white, blue, or green. The day you decide to open your heart and allow love to get in, and you spread that love to other people, you would find out that the world is actually a beautiful place. You would start seeing nothing but love instead of this hate that most of you hateful people keep preaching. Here we go.
You another comment.
Okay. Well, yeah,
I want to hear
see,
Dave.
when Dave did that letter thing, I thought it was funny because he's making fun of the way Kanye went about it. That's what he's making
But even
fun
if Kanye read a letter, which by the way, in Kanye's speeches and in his interviews, he was talking about how he loves Jews so much. So he said those things, that he supports the Jewish community, he loves the Jewish community, he envies the Jews. So he said those things, but he also said other things. So let's break down the problematic things that were said. So first of all, when you're starting your monologue by making fun of dealing with anti-Semitism is by making a statement, but then you're allowed to say what you want, is a little bit problematic. Then he said things like, well, you know, Jews have to stop blaming black people for their Holocaust. I mean, you're Jewish. Have you ever heard of a Jew in your life blaming black people for the Holocaust?
We talked about that. We talked about that last
in the
week.
minds of people that, oh, next time they see a Jew, oh, they blame me for the
But they were
Holocaust.
they called like certain black leaders Hitlers. And that,
Guys, doesn't this conversation sound familiar? Like when, Africans, say to some of these people that hate Africans, like the blacks, say, well, you need to stop hating on the Africans. They're like, no, since I never saw any black person that hates on Africans. So these guys are doing the same thing. They are interpreting the truth and calling it hate. So I can't just speak the truth, observe the truth and tell it without it being based in hate. Are you kidding me? What is so hateful about it? But let's continue.
that's
But I mean, Hitler is being used as a word for anything.
yeah,
People
it
call
was
Trump
like you're like
Hitler,
a,
people
you're
call
like a
anything
Hitler. I go,
Yeah.
Well,
I go.
people use that term
Nobody's
today in
killing.
general.
Black folks don't kill Jews like that. We don't. That's a fucked up label to put on somebody. That Hitler did some really.
That's everyone.
But again, you're talking about
actions.
individuals, and they use that term throughout whatever society. Now we're talking about like Jews themselves.
Yeah.
I've never had in my life a conversation where Jews are blaming
But
black
when he
people
said
for the Holocaust.
when he said stop blaming black people, what he's saying is this. See, there's a lot of subtext in comedy.
Yeah.
A lot of times people take it literally, and that's why a lot of Nigerians, when I do Nigerian shows, I go, it's not literal, guys. Read between the lines. He's saying you're getting mad at Kyrie Irving. What you're doing to Kyrie Irving is just not.
See, because when Godfrey says certain things, a lot of Nigerians, you go check in the comment section, they would roast him. Even the video with Vlad, where he made the statement that Nigerian parents stop their children from hanging out with the blacks, he got roasted. So now he's trying to just read between the lines. No, dude, he got roasted for the things he would say. He said, visited Israel and all that. And then we'll come to when it comes to visiting Nigeria. But here we go.
It's just a little overboard.
I think it's because it was right after Kanye.
And it's like you're blaming them. It's like you're being ridiculous on how you're treating, especially Kyrie and that's what he was saying with that. He didn't
Technically referring to
I don't know what
Kyrie.
it
He
has
was
to do with
referring to those guys.
But how does that have to do with the Holocaust?
What do you talking about?
I mean, the fact that he said that Jews stop blaming black people for your Holocaust, what does that have to do with?
Because it's the anti-Semitism thing has to do with the Holocaust is a big deal.
Sure.
It's like slavery with us, slavery with African Americans.
Yeah.
That's a big deal that people are trying to skip.
Guys, you see what he did there? Slavery with us. Then he caught himself. It just through African American. Right? So he noticed, oh no, I'm trying to pretend that we were enslaved too. Trauma bonding. But he caught himself. He said, African American. He blurs the line. So now this has become like a, what is it called? Victimhood Olympics. Who is more oppressed than the other?
Or the Biafra
talk
War.
about and the Biafra War. But like with African Americans, slavery contributes to a lot of the decade.
Another lie they tried. He just tried to equate the Biafra war to slavery. It's just like some of the other Africans who, like some of the blacks who would force Africans to try to make it seem like colonization is the same as slavery, for them to identify as that. Not the same thing. The Biafra war is not the same as the transatlantic slave trade. Not the same.
It's an African-American community. After slaves were freed, Reconstruction happened. They didn't give them jobs, nothing. They gave them sharecropping jobs, which was still slavery. Didn't let them own land, none of that. Took their name, took their identity, and a lot of slaves came from the West Africa.
From Israelite tribes.
From the West. Guys, did you hear what this man just said? He's pushing the Hebrew Israelite ideology. When Godfrey said a lot of the slaves came from West Africa, you know, the man threw in there, said, you know, from Hebrew tribes. They're trying to push that narrative. Let's see. The Cure said, that is his opinion, just like your dumb ideology is. Look, The Cure, you can try to be pissed all you want, but when you start calling me dumb and stuff, I would have to remove your privilege of being able to type here. You need to grow up. You know, you don't have to like my analysis. You don't have to like it, right? There are many other channels that would probably, you know, fulfill your emotional needs. If my channel is not fulfilling that, why go through this trauma? Why go through this pain? I mean, you know, as long as the internet is running, I'm over here. So please, you know, hold your horses. If this class is too high for you, please go back to the elementary channels. All right, we'll continue here. People, sorry for that. I had to, you know, address some of these, you know, weak-minded people in the chat. Here we go.
You couldn't read. It was illegal for black people to read. You can get hung. They hung black people. They did all kinds of. So that's like with the Holocaust. That's serious as fuck. And I get why people get sensitive. Motherfuckers make jokes about slavery all the time.
But there's certain lines.
I know there's lines, but people don't draw lines with us because back in the day, there were Jewish comedians wearing blackface. Al Jolson, Eddie Cantor.
So he's now representing himself as black. You know, blacks are getting hung from trees. Was this happening to Igbos in Nigeria? And this blackface they talk about is laughable. The paint they put on their face, are those black people? Is that how dark black people are? You should be laughing at those people. At this point, I think that's like a separate culture of how they use it on some of these politicians or Hollywood people so they can blackmail them later. They can use it as blackmailing. How come it always comes? Why would these people just say, oh yeah, I'm going to paint my face like that? No, it's like they use it to blackmail them. They would put this, they'll be like, hey, yeah, put this on. These people become popular when they have voice so that they'll be able to control them with that. They'll be like, remember, you did the, you know, blackface. Like a lot of these people, you think they care about doing that? Even the color they put on their face, that doesn't look black to me. These are clowns. This is like some sort of cult thing that they are doing. Like a ritual. Whether you know it or not, these people go through rituals. They do sacrifices and stuff like that. So they can use it against them to control them later when they become powerful. That's what you are seeing. But let's continue.
They wore blackface, Jewish performers. Yo, show Al Jolson with blackface on, singing. Watch this. These are Jewish. These are Jewish.
I don't know what the point of that.
Comedian. No, I'm just telling you. Well, I'm just saying.
Individual, sure.
You know that we all commit little crimes. I don't. You're not looking at me.
I would be right next to telling them that that's wrong.
That's right.
The point that I'm saying is right now nobody's taking Jews seriously. Like you go.
Who doesn't take Jewish
let me
people
explain.
serious?
This is what you need to understand from our perspective, because the media doesn't talk about the Jewish perspective and the Jewish experience. Right? Your racism that you experience is usually from one particular group that's anti the black. Right? The
Which
left
is
so you notice he said, "Oh, nobody's taking the Jews serious." This guy is literally sitting here saying that, just like the blacks are saying, nobody's respecting them. So this is like a victimhood thing. You know, this man should have just said it. Oh, we came here to spread victimhood narrative. Now you guys understand why when some of these quote-unquote Pan-Africans are traveling around Africa trying to spread this victimhood narrative, pushing it in Africa, you see why I analyze it and break it down for you. Many of you think I'm picking those people. I'm not picking on them. Remember, they are on the World Wide Web here. They are putting out content that is within. It fits the criteria of my channel. Those are the topics I speak of and I break it down. It has nothing to do with the individual, but what they are putting out there. So these people too, they are no different than those Pan-Africans. These are the Pan-Jewish people. And unfortunately, they all seem to have targets in Africa. In Africa. So this man, one minute he doesn't like what the blacks say about them, but another minute, you know, he's not addressing what other Jewish are putting out about blacks. You know, he's not taking any responsibility about anything. It is all other people's fault. It is other people who are not taking them serious. So we have a problem.
Usually,
Damn near everybody,
right?
It's Asians.
But usually Asians that are inspired by the ideas of white supremacy. You're saying that when your friends came, they were told that they're bad, right? So it's usually stemming from that, right? Who usually hates the left? The right. Who usually hates the right? The left. Who usually hates women? Men. It's usually one opposite group. You know who hates the Jews? Literally every single group. The far right blames the Jews for being the left. The far left blames every single group's extreme. Right. The far left blames the group for being the right. The communists say that we're the capitalists. The capitalists say that we're the communists. You have the super, black people that are saying, like the Farrakhan's. I know that you're a friend of him, but he said,
I'm not. He doesn't know me.
Okay, well listen. But no, Farrakhan says a lot of foul things about the Jewish people. He says,
what does he say? Have you seen his speeches?
Yes, I've seen his speeches.
What did he say?
He says Jewish white devils. He says a lot.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah,
you don't see his speech.
I did see his speech.
No,
he does say that.
He does say that.
When?
Termites?
Termites?
Yeah, I think
termites. You gotta watch
when?
that. All the time.
What speak? That's
listen, hold on.
No, I'm not a Nation of Islam guy. I'm not.
And I think there's a lot of good things for the black community, so we're separating those things. But he says some very foul, problematic things against the Jews. The white
against the Jewish that aren't real Jews. He's talking about.
What Jews aren't real Jews?
I don't even get into that because I don't get into the. You know what I'm saying? He's talking about the
me. Zionist. What is a Zionist?
I don't. That's what I'm saying.
So let me tell you, Zionism is the right for the Jewish people to self-determine on their ancestral homeland. It's the idea that the Jews should be able to return back to the land. If you want your people that are in diaspora to return back to Biafra, or the tribe of God that are descendants from Eri that are Igbos to come back to Israel, that is the idea of Zionism, returning to Zion. You ever hear the song Road to Zion? Returning to Zion, which means so Zionism means the right for the Jewish people to be able to live back in their homeland. It's nothing to do with 1948 or the conflict or Palestinians, which, by the way, I work on the ground daily uniting Israelis and Palestinians for us to live in a better reality that unites both peoples.
I don't even like talking about that either because people get sensitive as.
We can go deep into that if you want.
Let's go, man. I want you to go deep into
it's a cesspool.
No. So with the Palestinian, because I have Palestinian friends, Israeli friends, who's in the wrong?
So now another whole different topic. So you want to tell me these people here are not getting along with the Palestinians who right next door to them, they all look alike, but they want to go look for their African brethren. Guys, something smells fishy, but we'll let him tell us the Palestinian and the Jewish beef that they have going on. Because you see, these people they're able to currently, colonize an entire group of people. Are the Igbos and these other Jews these people claim are in Africa able to do that? But anyways, MS Delta, thank you. MS Delta said hashtag FBA Gambia love. That's right. Thank you very much. Thank you for the super chat. Long live Palestine, Shilani. Thank you. Okay. Now, here we go.
Honestly,
the British. What did they do to your country?
Oh man, colonized the fuck out of us.
And they united 3 large groups.
So another trauma bonding. So they're blaming. So now they're connecting. It's like, oh yeah, the British. Okay. It's like, what did they do to your country? They colonized, right? So let's blame the British now. Here we go.
and they made them fight each other. That's what they did in Afghanistan. That's what they did in India, Pakistan, and that's what they did between the Israelis and Palestinians. Now, what did they do to make us think that the other is the enemy or any success of the other is a counter to our own narrative? They appointed the leader of the Palestinians, Haj Amin al-Husseini, who was a person who was very anti the Jewish people, had met with Hitler. So to the view of the Jews, if this is your leader, it must mean that all the Palestinians want to kill us and are bad. Now, what did they do to convince the Arab world and the Palestinians that the Jews are bad? The British write the Balfour Declaration, saying that we have the intention of one day giving and creating a Jewish state. Now, when they wrote that, they didn't even have control over that land. And when they did have control, you had the Holocaust, and the British were not allowing Jews to come in the land. So if they really had the intention of allowing Jews to come back to land, why didn't they let them back? Even after the Holocaust, they were preventing Jews from coming back. They never had the intentions of letting go. The reason why the British left is because the Jews terrorized them until they left. If the British write a document that the entire Arab world sees, and entire Palestinians, that they want to create a Jewish state, then the idea of Jews returning to the land in their mind becomes an extension of European colonialism. And that's how you turn two people against each other. And we were not born in 1948 or before that. We were born with the consequences of our ancestors that have been played against each other. And now it's our turn as a generation to wake up from that and to start changing.
And I love that explanation.
So this guy clearly, yes, the Balfour Declaration was written, but he's not telling the entire story. Because I just heard an interview a few months back. In fact, I will bring the this interview with Benjamin Netanyahu, the new Israeli prime minister, again. I want you guys to hear for yourself, what he says happened. Do you know he's claiming that the Palestinians, these Arabs are the colonizers? He literally said it. He said they are the colonizers. They came there. He's claiming that the land was empty. The only place where the land was empty, nobody was there. And he said, it's like they lost it 3,000 years ago. They came back. Look, if I'm telling you this, it would sound like I'm making it up, but I will bring that video too for you guys to hear it with your own ear. Their own prime minister is claiming that these Arabs are the colonizers. So, but here we go.
Because that's what they did to. And it's so funny.
Of course.
Well, my parents would have, and my cousin told me this because he
see what I locked them up, right?
Yeah. And what's funny is my cousin, who he's a pastor in South Africa. Uchenna. He explained, my last name is Danchima. Okay.
So the Jew his cousin is a pastor in South Africa. Let's hear his Biafra history. What happened?
My real last name is Chima. During Biafra War, my father had to change it to Danchima so he wouldn't die, because they were looking for Igbos. The houses, they were trying to kill Igbos, and my father was like, I'm Danchima. He took his father's.
Still killing Igbos.
Yeah, he took his father's name.
Did you hear how? So the Nigerian government, the guy's like, oh yeah, they're still killing Igbos. When I drop this link, I want Nigerians to call in, because you guys need to stop killing the Igbos. According to the lighter skinned Jew, you notice underneath. So Godfrey said they were going around killing the Igbos. So the guy's like, no, it's still happening. So it sounds like, they are Tutsiing the Igbos in that country. That's what these guys are saying here. But here we go.
Name and combined it and to escape. I wouldn't even be here. Yeah. My father didn't change the name real quick. You know what I'm saying? And I'm glad you explained it like that. You know what I'm saying? Because we don't ever get to hear the breakdown.
How long were you in Israel for?
Like 10 days, man. We were Tel Aviv, Jerusalem. What's the one that starts with R?
I don't know.
I think it might have been that one city there, and then I went all that Dead Sea. I did everything.
I heard the South Africans too. They're into the pastor thing. So shout out to the Igbos providing, pastor services to the blacks in South Africa. You need to go save those Bantus over there. Here we go.
You know what I mean? And we were raising money for Israeli children, man, doing comedy and stuff. Nice. That's what I'm saying. I mean, even a lot of people, even Martin Luther King was called anti-Semitic. A lot of people were just called anti-Semitic.
Martin Luther King was also called a Zionist.
Yeah, and John Stewart, he was called
Martin Luther King identified as a Zionist.
Yeah.
So it's like, go ahead. What are you gonna say?
No, to go back to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, just for us to understand, there's no reality where Israelis or Palestinians disappear. So the only way for us to move forward is to create a reality where we heal the injustices that both experience, which are different, and fulfill the aspirations that both have, which are also different. And we've been raised that to be pro-Israel, you're supposed to be anti the Palestinians. And to be pro the Palestinians, you have to be anti the Israelis. And the reality is that this conflict only fuels certain individuals, people in positions of power, certain corporations, and definitely the American military-industrial complex.
So this guy is really good. So it's like, okay, we get it. Yeah, Israel's not going to disappear. Palestine is not going to disappear. Let's just all get along. Yeah, sure. You know what? Yeah, I show up, I take most of your land, build on it, and then I tell you, hey, check this out, guy. Now I've got enough weapons. I can, protect myself. Let's just get along. You just continue to live poor across the street. We over here, even though it's your land, when we feel like we need to push in, you are just a sitting duck. Let's just get along, make you a second class citizen or third class citizen in your own country. Like, do you understand that's what this man is casually explaining as if it's normal? That's what he's saying to them. Like, hey, we're not going to go anywhere. You guys are here. Just like if the whites in South Africa, imagine this to the blacks. Hey, check this out. We're already here. We're established. And, we're not going to give these concessions. We're going to keep everything. You guys continue to be poor. So like, be a third class citizen in your country. Just sit around, wait for us. When we need even the land you are on, we're going to ask for it. We're going to continue to push and build. So, most of you think when people just say things in a cool, calm, collective way, you miss out exactly. You miss out on the message they are conveying to you. You're used to people yelling, but over here, no yelling. So this guy is trying to recruit Africans, but he's not recruiting the Palestinians, the neighbors, because the Palestinians know who they are dealing with. So here we go.
Selling weapons to both sides and profiting from this war continuing. And we are the people on the ground that are human beings that are suffering. I've lost friends. Palestinians have lost friends. And what's the reality is that we're cousins. 30 to 60% of Palestinians actually descend from Jews themselves, which converted to Christianity and Islam over time.
It's so terrible because
so that would mean the Igbos are cousins to the Palestinians too. I'm surprised. See, Godfrey, why didn't he correct that part? I just noticed that. Oh yeah, you're cousins, but but you're my cousin, but I have no problem to just take your land and drop bombs on you and build walls, big walls between us. But we're cousins. You want me to believe that? Okay.
That's what I was going to say, Mike, because growing up in Chicago, it's a gang-ridden city. And it was started because the gangs in Chicago were used as they were trying to start programs for the youth in the black neighborhoods. And the FBI, J. Edgar Hoover, they said, "Nah, we got to keep these motherfuckers fighting." So they started to send in little decoys, black people that would come in and start trouble, and then they started fighting amongst each other. It was the U.S. government that started the gangs, man. They continue to give them weapons and shit like that and start trouble. They have decoys that
you guys heard it here. So Godfrey is saying, "Oh yeah, the gangs was started by the government. It was in because other groups were bullying certain groups, and the people decided to form a group to protect themselves against that bullying." So he's saying it's the government. So these people here, like, they are creating confusion, as you can see. Right, a minute ago it's about faith, but clearly, right, the man in the beginning denied that it's not about phenotype. There's all kinds of Jews, but the Palestinians that are their cousin, according to him, right, they are not even treating those people equally, but they want to be united with some Igbos in Nigeria. Like, what's going on? Here we go.
Dress like they're gangbangers and start trouble. That's how this was. So it's the same thing
with Jews and the blacks.
And it's up.
Yeah.
And
Which, by the way, you're both.
Hey.
Because matzo is super.
You know what I mean? It's true. What he's talking about.
I said, Kabbalah spelled backwards is hollaback. I keep trying to tell.
Yeah, you love that, Jay.
I love that. My friend told me I think it's great.
I know, it is a good one.
Because there's oi and then there's yo.
Brooklyn Museum. I shot the Kanye video.
Yes, yes.
In front of the.
No, this is dope. Because I like people who are well studied, and you're actually. How much time did you spend in Nigeria? Because you went to jail.
Yeah, I mean, we've been in and out of Africa this entire year because our documentary is a documentary series on all the different communities. It's in Nigeria, Uganda, Tanzania, Zimbabwe, South Africa, Madagascar, Cote d'Ivoire, Ethiopia, and so Nigeria was the first place that we went to. We were there.
What? I have to, what he's about to say here, I got to give a shout out to Nigeria before he starts here. Because you guys know, no one loves Nigeria more than me. Okay? So I have to give a shout out to Nigeria before this starts, how they handle this type of, moo business. Here we go, Nigeria. Shout out to you. That's right. Yeah. The Nigerian government is not perfect, but the Nigerian government, they will never play moo business. Wait till you hear how they handle this.
For 2 days, had one of the most beautiful experiences I've had in my life, reconnecting with our family that we haven't seen for thousands of years. And on the third day in the morning, there's 15 armed gun militants that pull up to our hotel with black ski masks, throw us into a van, drag us into a prison 12 hours away, and we were 3 weeks in a prison. The first week, they didn't give us food, only water. And the second 2 weeks, they transferred us to a cage with 2 Boko Haram terrorists, a wing of ISIS that is in Nigeria. And we had to fight to survive. But the reason for why the government did this is because they're still persecuting the Igbos, right? Yeah. Still to this day, this is a reality. Not many people are talking about it. And I'm putting my life at
So guys, this man went into Nigeria, he got arrested because they, like I said, if it's true, the Nigerian government obviously had intelligence on these people, tracked them down, arrest. He said they threw him in a jail with Boko Haram people. I don't know if I believe that part, right? But regardless. So he's making up all these stories. He is claiming that they're prosecuting Igbos in Nigeria. So I want Nigerians, when I drop this link, call in, because this man is literally, they are not prosecuting the Palestinians, but your government, the Nigerian government, is prosecuting Igbos. So we would like to hear if this is true or not.
Danger by talking about it because I'm in and out of Africa, but I'm not afraid because these are my brothers and sisters. And you know what? If the situation was reversed and the Igbos had come back to Israel, right? The Tanzanian Jews had come back to Israel. The Lemba in Zimbabwe and South Africa had come back to Israel. The Pashtuns had come back to Israel. And we were still suffering in North Africa where my family was born, or in Yemen, in Iran, in Europe, and other places. Wouldn't we expect them to come for us?
Damn right.
So the fact that they're still suffering, they're disconnected, and we're living these comfortable lives, and we have Israel, we have a strong country, strong economy, and we're not out there trying to find them and bring them back, that is a problem. And so we need to start having a conversation in our generation in our community, what is the next chapter of Jewish history? And the next chapter of Jewish history does not only include the few tribes that have kept their tradition.
Guys, do you think this message is this antithetical to the Pan-African movement? Because clearly you hear what this man is saying. Their movement is like the Pan-African movement. They want to unite all their tribes. And some of their tribes is in Nigeria. Right? So please get that in mind. I want you guys to also, you can leave your comments about what you think about that, or when you call in, I want to hear what you think about what this man is talking about.
It's also with those who've been disconnected and those who've lost it along the way.
Man, love this.
Yeah. So you should go with him, man. What you waiting for?
Man, you relax. Right? I don't want to get thrown in prison. I just want to hang out.
You thought they got kidnapped and abducted and went to the comedy cellar?
Guys, please hit the like. Do me a favor and hit the like.
Because Nigeria is run by a military government. The corruption is crazy, always has been. When I went to Nigeria to see my grandparents, they had a coup while we were there. They kicked the president off the television. We had to get them. It's that gangster.
That's not funny.
So Godfrey knows, right? So Godfrey sat here. He's supposed to be the Nigerian, according to what he's projecting, Igbo. So he is saying these people, man, just gave a whole stick about, Nigerian government is prosecuting Igbos. That would mean these people are being targeted purposely for being Igbo. He didn't dispute it. Instead, he followed up with a nicer skit to try to, he's trying to act like he's laughing it off, but to confirm what they are saying, to make it sound like the Nigerian government is in fact, they're doing this because they are gangsters. In fact, a coup did happen a while back. He's not saying this directly, but in your brain, you are tying these two together to say, yeah, in fact, this place is wild like this. They are doing this. He's leaving it to your interpretation, just for your information. And he is saying it in a way he knows how the average American thinks. The picture is painted for you, so he knows where they're gonna take it to.
It's funny because it's like, wait, what did they just? We had to get the fuck out. I was like, we have to go now. Yes, they had it cool. They're going to close the airports. We had to. It was crazy. That's how nuts it is. They don't hear in America. We can talk. President, hey man, Trump, but nothing happening.
Wow. MS Delta, thank you for the super chat. He said, does this include ADOS FBA with Igbo DNA? Do we qualify? Well, I would think so, because that's what Godfrey is saying. Yes, absolutely. But the confusing part here, MS Delta, that I'm seeing, I don't know what these people are getting at, because they talk about faith, they confuse it with so when it comes to the race part, they try to deny it, but you notice eventually with the black conversation, they made a distinction, because he's trying to say Chappelle, Kyrie, and these other blacks are anti-Semites. So how can they be that if they were, really Jews and they were seen as that? You see my point here? So it's a game. But if they are going by saying simply the Igbos are just straight, Israelites based in DNA, sure. The blacks who were brought here, in fact, all the blacks are Jews, because according to these people, they said the Jewish Israelite tribes were the ones targeted and sent into slavery. That's what they are saying. So yeah, let's see. MS Delta said, are we ADOS FBA with Igbo DNA invited to the cookout? Hey, you got your ambassador, Godfrey here. Yes, I would think you are invited to the cookout, but if I were you, I think this is one cookout you might want to skip. Skip this one, come to the West African cookout. Come to the West African cookout. And if you don't mind, I'm going to give Godfrey this stanky leg, thanking you for the super chat here. Let me give him this stanky leg here. That's right, MS Delta. This cookout here, that's the cookout you want to go to. Skip that other cookout. I don't know if I trust that cookout. I wouldn't even go. I wouldn't go. I'll wait for the African cookout.
Deal. Nothing. In these other countries, whether it's Saudi, you better keep you will be gone. When I was in Russia, they said, when I was doing comedy in Russia, I was the first American to do comedy in Russia. Didn't know that. They were like, don't talk bad of Putin, don't talk bad of God, and don't be gay. They had me rolling. Don't be gay, you go to jail. Period. Exactly what they said. And I said, first of all, what the fuck made you think I was going to talk about Putin? I'm trying to get the fuck out of here. You understand? So these other countries don't play that. They don't give a. And so you're going back again to finish up your. How far are you into this documentary?
So unfortunately, on our third day, we got taken to prison and we were deported out of the country, so we weren't able to finish. We do plan to go back when we can, but for now, we're still banned. Since then, we went to Uganda, to Tanzania, to Zimbabwe, to South Africa.
So, shout out to Nigeria, okay? Nigeria put a stop to the nonsense right away. So, see, he didn't give much about the prison experience, but in Nigeria, I'm suspecting, even before when West Africa, they used to be very suspicious of the white people that come in, the agents, especially when Nigeria had the military government. Guys, if you remember, there used to always be some sort of bargaining and stuff. Remember, the Nigerian government used to capture these, pretend people who they would either say they're journalists or UN workers. When you are arrested in Nigeria for stuff like that, the Nigerians that are watching me, if I'm lying, correct me. When they arrest these people, it's very swift. They arrest them, they investigate, they quickly deport them out of Nigeria. No waste of time. They kick them out. So what he's explaining here matches, that's the protocol in Nigeria. If you see Nigeria deporting people that look like him, trust me, if you do your digging, you will find out it has something to do with some sort of infiltration to destabilize the country. But here we go.
And they welcomed you.
Yeah, I mean, in Nigeria, they're not welcoming us right now because we're here to, support the Igbos. And we're not here to create any political tension. We're here to talk about the Jewish story and experience of the Igbo people, which, by the way, 20% of the transatlantic slave trade comes specifically from the Igbos. So a lot of people are having a conversation.
MS Delta, there we go. He answered your question. So majority of you. So now he's trying to push the Hebrew Israelite story because the Hebrew Israelites say they hate Africans, they claim, but I guess the Igbos are not Africans. They said all the people that went into the Atlantic slave trade, those were the Jews. The Israelites are the ones who were captured by Africans and shipped out. And now here is a guy sitting here. We have several countries where the slaves were taken from. Here is this guy trying to push that narrative to make it seem like, yes, all the slaves were Igbos. Guys, do you see the game here? And this guy is sitting here with straight face. You have a pale Jewish guy teaching, quote unquote, the African and black about who was taken into slavery. You see what ignorance does? You guys see how ignorant Godfrey is? But here we go.
The ancestry test. I'm Nigerian, man. And my friends call me. I'm like 43%, bro.
Yeah.
We all look alike. What the fuck you think? Why are you surprised? That's awesome, dude.
Yeah.
That's mad. I support you like a motherfucker, dude. I love it. I'm like, yo, because it needs to be talked about, a guy like yourself. And how many people are actually backing you that are young like you that are like, yo, hell yeah, let's connect with our people. Is there a big,
there's a movement?
Is there a movement? The younger generation is different
younger.
than the older generation.
Of course.
Right? The younger generation is more open-minded and they're looking for something. Everyone is hungry for something, but there's nothing really being offered. And so even within the black community within America, people are looking for identity. Right? I used a few times the term African-American. I mean, I've been in many conversations. Africa is a continent. It's not a country. Right. And American is an experience that they really weren't a part of this entire time. And black is a skin color, which is an experience today, unfortunately, because there's such a thing called racism, which is an invention of human beings, but not an actual thing. We're not different because of our skin color. So what are they? What's their language? What's their history? What's their culture? What's their traditions? What's their purpose in this world? Right? A lot of people lost their identity and are looking for it. And there is truth that a lot of people of color descend from Israelite tribes from Africa, the ones that we're going to visit, the populations that they were targeting historically till this day, the Igbos, right? Why always? And the Igbos are the richest and most educated demographic in all of it. Hold up. And the Igbos in society are always blamed for what? Running the media, running the economy. We're starting to see a trope and a similarity and a pattern.
Guys, you see what's happening? I'll let you continue to hear. I'll let you continue to listen. You think Godfrey will be able to speak about, the country of Israel like this? Talking about what is happening to the...
So what he's saying is Godfrey runs this podcast.
Let me tell you, if I ran the media, I'd be on my 10th sitcom right now. Okay. I'd be on every TV show right now.
Change the name from Seinfeld to Godfrey.
Yeah, but this is I like this kind of thing because it's hard to break and to talk about this because usually you see those those Hebrew Israelite the brothers in America with they got the cape and people will see that and go, oh, they're extremists. Do they know what they're talking about? You ever connect with those guys
all the time?
And are they making sense? Or
they're different groups. They're not one monolith, and a lot of them fight between each other. I mean, that's also typical of the Jews.
Yeah.
Right. So you have people who still believe in Jesus. You have people who've rejected Jesus amongst the black Israelite tribes. Yeah. You have those who believe that.
So guys, you're hearing this. So now they're talking about Hebrew Israelites. And Bantu Queen, please, Bantu Queen, I'm sorry. It's painful for me to sit here and hear them too, but I want you guys to hear it. We are almost through it and we will start the discussion in a second. Those of you in the back, I'm seeing you. Just hang tight. I'll get to you in a second.
the Jews are also Jews, those of us that are Sephardic, Ashkenazi, Mizrahi, others, and there's the replacement theology that, no, we're the real Jews, they're the fake Jews. Right. And the reason this comes from is because there's a phenomenon happening where a lot of people call it, not just in America, in the Caribbean, in South America, wherever the slave trade went to, they're waking up to their identity. This is a real thing. It's a phenomenon. We have to address it. But when they're coming to other Jews and saying, my brother, I finally found out who I am. Come, let's unite together. Then most Jews who've never heard this idea, and because a lot of them were raised in Europe, so have a lot of European mentality, then start saying, there's no way you're Jewish. You're black or you're African. We've never heard of such a thing. So go away. Now, to a person that's really hurt and has been hurt for hundreds of years and has generational trauma in their DNA passed down to them, they're like, if they were really Hebrews, they would accept me. It must be that they're not the real Jews. And so that's where the problem is. And that's, if you look at Kyrie's documentary, there's a lot of truths in there, but it falls on deaf ears because there's a lot of false things in there as well, which is why we need to open up this conversation and really be very specific as to what are their origins. If you look at a lot of the names during the slave trade, a lot of them had Jewish names when they were brought to this country, and then their names were erased and changed into something else.
Of course. And that's the thing too, is a lot of people don't want to sit down and see, like you are ready for the smoke. You're like, because you're so well informed, you go to all that talking, you go to places, you hear stories, that's why I like people like you, because you're ready for the smoke. Like, let's talk. Let's go. But a lot of times you don't get that. You get a lot of, no, I don't want to hear it. Or they'll overtalk you, won't let you talk. You know what I mean? A lot of deflection and tiptoeing, footing around.
A lot of people don't know their own history. They just kind of grow up and it's just kind of laziness. And
if life is easy for that, they don't want to read. They don't want to go, yo, you should read about this shit, man. You need to know about this shit. Know it. I'm telling you, it's important. A lot of people want pictures and, little excerpts. Nobody wants to sit down and see tips, because education, let's keep it 100. I love it.
So he's getting his education from the light-skinned Jews, or the less melanated Jews. So for example, you think anyone can tell you about who you truly are when it comes to like your tribe, your culture, from other people? If you gotta go read that in a book, something is wrong with you. Your own culture, who you truly are. Because you see, people confuse reading books with who you really are. Somebody else is writing this. Can they know your culture more than what you are taught? If that happens, that means you are lost. You're completely lost. You think anyone, I don't care what, they can even be as black as the Ace of Spades, they cannot tell me about my Soninke culture. Like, they can't really. What can they tell me? This is fascinating.
I love learning, but learning doesn't come with a beat. Learning doesn't come with a. But learning, got to sit there and be patient.
Once your eyes are open, you then have a responsibility. And a lot of people don't want to face that responsibility.
They don't want
to keep their eyes closed.
Keep their eyes closed. I know what you're saying about some of the sensitivity.
Hey, MS Delta, let Godfrey know. You see, I think slowly MS Delta is like, man, I don't know if I want to go to this cookout. Yeah, no, but you're right. Again, he is here pretending as a $5, FBA. That's what he's doing. He's the spokesman for the blacks. They do this all the time. They would have the goofiest black person look black, or they would represent black or African. These are the goofiest people who are they are so ignorant of the history of the region they come from, much more Africa itself. So it does a disservice to understanding the truth about African people. So this propaganda is not only, disseminated by quote unquote white people, but people like him as well. But here we go.
Activities, but I don't think Dave's intention was to down it. He was just trying to make, because it was so tense, he was just trying to make light of it. It's he walked that line. You know what I mean? But I get where you're coming from. It's not like I don't get where you're coming from, because you're sacrificing yourself and getting all this deep study.
For us, it's real.
It's real, and I get that. But Dave is not as in depth as you as far as what you're doing. So I get it from your perspective as a documentary filmmaker.
You see what's going on? So he just quickly. So he's saying Dave Chappelle is not as in depth as this guy. Are you kidding me? So you're going to speak for Dave Chappelle too? You're going to belittle and downgrade Dave Chappelle's understanding of what he's saying? Godfrey must know, to be a good comedian, you have to be genius. Dave Chappelle is not dumb. Dave Chappelle knows what he is talking about. There's a reason why he is Dave Chappelle, and you also a comedian. You are not Dave Chappelle because of the brilliance. If you had the in-depth understanding of human interaction, your jokes would have been much better. But he lacks it. He doesn't even get that. He is talking down to Dave Chappelle. Like, who is this guy? Okay, just because he's making documentary, he's shooting documentary, now all of a sudden he's got a deeper understanding about these issues than Chappelle. This guy is a joke.
Mega historian who's doing the real, not History Channel, but you're doing the grassroots.
Ideally,
And so I totally get where you come from. So we're all Jews.
Right?
Yeah.
Different complexions.
I'm from Levi. You're from Gad, and you're probably from Judah.
I'm Godfrey. Come on.
There you go.
This is dope, though. It's like God, G-A-D.
GAD.
It's like Gade Malé. You know Gade Malé.
France.
God is my friend.
Nice.
He's a Moroccan Jewish man. Gade Malé, because when I first met him, he goes, God for I am God, you are God. It's almost the same. Le même chose.
Now,
That's beautiful. This was.
do you think other people would at your level of comedy would want it? Because I feel like no one knows that this guy exists, Rudy. Like he's literally, they don't know, but he just had Jada came to his speaking commitment. Like
Jada Pinkett came, right? And she's down. This is good. I hope
it's great that she could get behind.
Well,
people are, once they talk to him,
because you know why he's
So they now selling him to be the approved spokesperson for the Black Jews.
speaking to us. And he's making us go, no, you guys are Jews too. I mean, the way it was done, people are like, well, what the fuck are you talking about? Because Kyrie said, how can I be anti-Semitic when I'm a Semite also?
Well,
was he wrong about that?
Look, you have some Jews that have internalized anti-Semitism. So just because you are a Jew or you aren't a Jew, you can still be anti the collective of the Jewish people. But if he really is a descendant of the Semitic people and specifically the Jewish people, that makes him a Jew.
Right.
But he could still be against the Jewish people. That doesn't mean because you're a Jew that you can't be against the collective. You could be a black person and have internalized racism and be against black people. So this whole statement of I can't be an anti-Semite and I'm a Semite doesn't really work because anti-Semitism is prejudice and hatred against Jews. And you can still have that even if you're a Jew.
What is Semitic? I thought it meant sub-Saharan African.
But it's
I'm just asking.
So
What does Semite mean?
in the dictionary, it's defined as people who speak a certain language that is usually from the region of the Middle
So watch how this Semite thing is gonna go. So people from the Middle East. Okay, let's go.
East. But it's really a biblical term, right? Noah has several children, and one of those children is Shem. And the descendants of Shem are Semites. Arabs, Jews are Semites because we come from that line. Anti-Semite.
So Africans are not Semites, right? So with that they've established they're not Semites. So you see Godfrey's face. Oh, where's the Igbos? But let's continue.
Semitism was created to talk about the prejudice and hatred against the Jewish people,
Right.
even though Semites are much
German
bigger than just the Jews.
So I got some African historians saying that there's no such thing as Middle East because Israel's still connected to the African landmass. So there's really no such thing as Middle East because where's the Middle South? Where's the Middle North?
Thank you, Godfrey, on this one for bringing the Hotep history. Because I've always wanted to know how these other Middle Eastern Israeli people, how they feel about Hotep history. So Godfrey did good on this part. He brought the map of the Hoteps. Let's see how these people respond to the Hotep map. Because you see, everything they're preaching here, you would think they should accept the Hotep map, right? Because that means they're connected to the land of Africa. But let's see if they're going to accept the Hotep map.
Still Africa.
That's
what that's what some brothers were saying. It's
But
real deep elders.
It's true, you can see it that way, but at the same time, then when's the cutoff line? Okay, so Israel, and then what? Jordan, Syria, and then what? Turkey? Like, where do you cut it off at that point? So regardless of Africa, Asia, and Europe.
You see what he's questioning? Okay, where's the cutoff line? How far are you guys willing to go with this? There's no cutoff line. You guys want to enter and call every place Africa? So this guy is very aware of the Hotep line because the Hoteps are claiming the Middle East as part of Africa. So he doesn't even want to play with it. He's like, where's the cutoff line? Well, I mean, we're not going to entertain this. And you blacks are listening to this and you start taking it literally. See, these other people don't play around with it because they know like some blacks would take it to heart. So they're like, nah, man, we got to put a stop to this somewhere. We can't just be like, yeah, you guys have a stake on our land. So here we go.
The point is that there are civilizations, there are populations that have their own unique culture. For example, Hispanics, right?
Yeah.
Not everyone is one nation, but they all have some commonality,
Yeah.
right? That's more of an ethnicity. So Jews, Arabs, all these people that live in the Middle East have a similar ethnicity, have a similar background,
Right.
have a similar origin, have a Semitic language. Arabic and Hebrew is very similar because it descends from Aramaic, the original language that
language,
eventually
yeah.
developed into these two sister languages.
Salam alaikum, shalom aleichem. Easy,
Shalom
easy,
alaikum.
easy.
Hamza.
That's beautiful. I like all that. See, my thing's this.
Yeah.
So none of these sound like Igbo. Okay, this is like the Arab, the Jewish language, Hebrew, it's Amharic even sounds a little bit like this, but this is their origin is Aramaic, the Aramaic language. So unless they're telling us the Igbo is also has its origin from the Aramaic. So I would love to hear from anyone that knows the history of the Igbo.
My thing is this. I don't give none of that.
Actually, thanks for
All
telling
this
everything. I
shit
don't give a man. Yeah.
All I want to know real quick is when I'm gonna go get mine. No, this is dope. You got to come back, man.
Let's do it.
You got to come back, dude.
You got to
We
go
gotta
back.
keep in touch.
You guys got to go together.
But
to
stop.
Stop. What are you?
What is this? What is this? Why are you being quiet?
Let's just say-
I'm for clamped.
If we wanted to go to Nigeria, we wouldn't be talking about it before. We'd be talking about it after.
I heard that.
Heard that?
But yo,
Doing no comment.
So they want to so he wants to find a way to smuggle into Nigeria again. If you want to go to Nigeria, we will talk about it afterwards, not before. Okay. And there's another video later. I'll bring that in for you guys to hear what Godfrey's idea of going to Nigeria is.
Many shows out there. They kidnap you.
yo, this was really good. Thank you for coming. I'm glad that I brought. I said, nah, bring him in. I don't want him to leave.
He's a hustler.
Yeah, he's a hustler. He's like, I said, you got to come through. And this is awesome. This is really awesome.
You got some Nigeria in this episode. You got pudding. You got racism. It's a lot. You got Jewish guy.
But I all I want is just this to be an open conversation, and Jewish people of all need to sit down and have a real showdown. Like, let's talk real, because we're going to be like this, because nobody wants to really go, oh, we really are someone. Yeah. Why can't we just get down?
Because we would
and
destroy
fight
racism.
You know what I mean?
Everyone would be broke.
And fight the power for real. That's all I'm saying. You know what I mean?
So Godfrey is going to sit with them to come together, but he's not going to sit with the Pan-Africans. At least the Pan-Africanists are pushing for, they are going straight to their own people that they share lineage with, like real lineage. I mean, even if they are mixed, you cannot separate them from the people they are going to, because they are going straight to Africa, right? Godfrey, he wants, his lineage is in the Middle East, but here we go.
That's so wow.
Imagine if we all came together, everyone would be broke. Without the powers above, you know.
Oh yeah.
People that separate us.
But that's why they keep us fighting like that.
Yeah.
You know, they know what they're doing. They
We'll
gotta
unite. The question is not if, it's when.
What? Like
See
that.
that?
I'm talking about trying to get my people together. Rudy. Rudy. He's crazy. He's crazy.
Yeah. All right. Let me bring in the panel here. Kidola, welcome to the Afridamus Report and Judah. Guys, thank you for joining in. Kidola, what do you want to add on to, and what did you observe in Godfrey here? And are Igbos Jewish?
Afridamus, thank you for today. I'm a bona fide Nigerian. I live deep, close to the Igbos. I have Igbos as friends. My junior brother is married to an Igbo woman, and I've been to the Igbo territory. You see, things are sometimes fluctuate in, sometimes come from United States. Because if everybody have to accept some certain things that are coming from United States, I think everybody will be zombies.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Let me give you a short story about the Igbos. The Igbos is a general name. They name those people in that area.
Okay.
Those people have also, inside the Igbos, they speak a general language. You Ghana speak a general language, which is called Igbo.
So it's like Tui.
Yeah, it's like Tui.
Like if you say Tui.
Yeah, Igbo also have their own dialect. Inside that language called Igbo language. That they don't understand each other like that, but sometimes it can be similar. What hold them, what will say Igbo is that each of them have their own culture also. Enugu, Anambra, Imo, Abia, and Oboy people. See, they have similar way of doing things. The
Okay.
Igbos are traditionally farmers and voodoo worshippers.
Voodoo priests.
They are voodoo worshippers. They don't. It was the British who it was the British time that is the British who really educate the Igbos how to do business. Look, the Igbos are not traditionally businessmen. They are farmers who farm. If you ever go to the Igbo land, you see the way they celebrate their New Yam festival and other things. They are goldsmith people who make knives and other things. They are never really a fighters during their time during the history of those people from that region. They are people who do sword, who do spear, who do other things for farming, cutlass and other things.
Also, like they are just they are craftsmen.
Yeah, craftsmen.
Iron craftsmen who create the tools, the weapons, and stuff like that.
Yes. So they are not traditionally people who look for trouble, who go and fight a war. No, they are not really like that. But they are traditional farm, but you cannot come and offend them. The Igbos thinking is a totally different type of thinking. Some of these kings you see are not too long kings, but the Igbos believe they are Republican in their mind. You understand? Whereby the settings is from elderly men and all those things, So the Igbos worship tree. You understand me?
Wait, are you saying but the Igbos are third? So you saying they are not Jews?
The Igbos they are never Jews. The Igbos are voodoo worshippers. The
Igbos are the Igbos, are they being prosecuted in Nigeria?
The Igbos will never be prosecuted until that civil war, which Ojukwu, it was a political something. When they found Nigeria as a Nigeria, the Igbo man, Azikiwe, was the first president. You understand? Then, you see, during all this period, military coups started coming in. Because among those military people, the Igbos were also large inside also. They were top-ranking men among those Igbos. And some of these military people,
who killed Tafawa Balewa? Was he the one that got killed?
Yeah, Tafawa Balewa was killed by a group of some guys that have, some of them are Igbos, but it's all mixed, together. Then some of the northern ones why should you just overthrow, kill our people?
So let me understand. So you saying originally they are animists, like tree worshippers?
The Igbos worship trees. They do revelation. They go to their ancestors worshippers. So some of this area, they set their idols on in some of these gigantic trees that have been made thousands of years. The Igbos also have what called their own god called Okenga. You understand me? Let me just tell you.
What about Ogun? Is that an Igbo god too?
Yeah, they also Igbo god also. Igbo worship, they worship God of Earth. You understand me? God of Earth. That's what they worship.
So they don't worship the God of Abraham.
They don't worship the God of the Igbos never worship the God of Abraham. It was the British who came in during the colonial time, saw that to able to convince them, they brought religion directly to that place, Catholic Church. You understand me? Those missionaries opened hospitals there and that is teach them business. You understand me? Really taught them business. So it was that business that the Igbos continued doing. And still until today, they are largely farmers also. But through that business, because you know what people mistakenly call them Jewish, because an Igbo man will easily leave his territory and go and establish a powerful life in somebody else's territory, even in Nigeria. If you go to Lagos, they're doing well there. You understand me? So what they're doing is this. Let's assume I'm an Igbo man. I will become a trader. I will go to my village. I will take a young boy who will be my boy for 10 years. Then when that 10 years come around, I will establish that boy will not be, maybe I'll pick a boy of maybe 10. That boy is already 20. So the boy already know the trade. I will settle him up. Then that guy will go and find himself. So they make it like that to their own culture, that you have to go to your area where you're coming from, pick somebody else that is not well to do, a child or a boy, a little, maybe a teenager.
So then what you're saying here is very interesting. But what do you think about, because Godfrey is an Igbo, right? Born and raised in America. So what I was saying, like the Akata, typical Akata, the ones that don't want to associate even with Nigeria or Africa in general, the ones that try to hijack the blacks, their culture, tend to be Igbo. Why is it like that? You know, he's buying into the Jewish thing. What do you think about the whole thing?
Look, Godfrey from Abia State, right?
Yeah.
Possibility now is not claiming Nigeria, because Nigeria is on the Africa is on the map, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, you can see it's bending slowly, but he still didn't want to go with the Black America. He was, you know, he attached himself to Black America. That's where his money was coming from. Comedy. Because the Black America's comedy was at that time see, you can see the t-shirt is wearing, that Sanford and Son guy, you know, that old guy with the
Red Fox.
Yeah, so he was into that stage. And during his time, inside the 90s and early 2000s, Africa was like a perfect joke for them to be making. So,
but you see, Michael Blackson never bought into it. Michael Blackson continued to be African.
Yeah, because Michael, let me tell you, Michael Blackson, whatever, the guy, that Ghana guy, he was older when they left. He's made, born and mold in Africa.
Right.
Before he left, he was already being baptized as an African. So he didn't really go over there, and he never faced that kind of intimidation that Godfrey might face during the early 70s. You understand? Because I think if father went there maybe to study, they stayed there, give birth and everything. It's a shame. It's a very big shame that a guy ventured to other people's culture.
And you hear what he said. Now he's going all the way to Israel to put comedy shows for charities for Israeli kids. But Nigeria, here, let me play this quickly. Let me play this. Let's hear what Godfrey says about going to Nigeria.
Videos that I've had have been going pretty viral, man. I think people have been watching a lot of our videos. And when I was on here, I was talking about going back to Nigeria, right? I said, yeah, I need to go back to Nigeria.
When's the last time you were there?
Oh, man, when I was a teenager. And my sister went this December. My cousin went this December. She went with her kids and stuff. And I was like, oh, it's my turn to come. I got to come through. And I'm talking about it. And he makes a clip of it. And shit. And dude, the response was a little crazy. You know what I'm saying? Because they're like, yo, you do not need to be going to Nigeria.
Why? What's wrong with Nigeria?
I could read you some of the top
read
comments.
some of the shit that they
not
were
even
saying.
Just comments. These are the top comments.
Hey, where's the clock on this thing?
Is there no clock there?
No.
We're 26 minutes in if you're wondering.
Okay.
But here, it's the first comment, the top comment is, hate to say it, but going home isn't always a fantastic picture painted out to be. I understand what they're saying, but be careful.
What the fuck? You got another one?
Godfrey, don't do it. Shit ain't sweet right now. Wait until after the election to see what's up. As a Nigerian, I get your sentiment, but don't be overly romantic about it.
Shit.
What's going on in Nigeria?
I don't know. Shit.
It must have an election coming up.
Something. What else?
Don't mind them when you get there. They will try to kidnap you. If they don't, they will frustrate the hell out of you.
Fucking wow.
Kidola, what do you think about that?
Godfrey, let me just tell you, this guy is a broker's guy. You know, most Igbos will not ever relate to this guy. You understand? This a guy is a failure. He's old now. He's not getting the shows anymore. He just sit on podcasts and everything. Godfrey was number one people as an African who was making joke with Black Americans on Africa, because that's how he make his money.
Well, even look at his idea, like
he's talking about going to
Nigeria, but you know
who know him? Nobody will recognize this guy in Nigeria. This guy is nobody. You understand me? He's nobody. This guy is just an air. You know who is him? What does he have? My man, when you talk about some serities about Nigeria, you say, look, he's still living on a fantasy whereby if you're in America,
he's worried about getting kidnapped.
Who's going to kidnap him? What does he have? He have nothing.
You know what? Let's hear what his friend, people who are not even African, explaining to him what will happen to him.
Yeah, but my man was from Jamaica. When he go back to Jamaica, he had to worry about it because you could get your grandmother, your mom kidnapped.
The fuck,
I mean,
man?
you are famous and stuff.
What else?
You better stay where you are. Nigeria is not smiling at the moment. You will be preyed upon by every and anybody, including kidnappers. Don't let them deceive you into coming back early, especially if you are unfamiliar.
Oh yeah, don't go to Nigeria.
Yo, I'm not going to that shit.
Everyone's telling him.
Wait, go ahead.
Everyone telling him he must go. Don't worry, just don't go across town to see your family.
What the fuck is going on here?
They said if you're unfamiliar of Nigeria.
If you go to Nigeria, sleep with one eye open. There's haters all over the world.
Jesus.
Yo, what the fuck, man?
I guess either don't go or just don't make it public that you're going.
Yo,
and this isn't like I'm finding the comments. This is like I maybe skipped 3 comments out of all those.
Yo, I was in England, and motherfuckers recognize me from doing this podcast. If they say if it's hot, if the block is hot,
yo,
you might need to go to Ghana instead.
Or you gotta go with bodyguards, armed guards.
Bananas. Okay, I know there's a comedian I know in Nigeria. He's very famous. Basket.
So, Kidol, are you surprised to hear the idea about?
Look, this is very, to me, it's very annoying. It's very disrespectful. It's something else. His parents did do a good job. I think Look, I told you something. Those days, long time ago, it's the early 90s. If you're in America was just everything at that time. But before early 80s, right? If you have American degree, they will do a research about if it's really true degree. Nigerians is a late 70s, early 80s. They were not really picking American degree for your. They will research that degree where you're coming from. Nigerians respect England a lot. That's just the truth.
But do you see how is are you shocked by this man's parents being Nigerian and he's this ignorant about there are people who are not African. These people are not Africans, clearly. You are the African. You are sitting there, they are telling you these things.
Let me tell you one thing, Afridamus. It's talking about Nigerian comedian. There's no Nigerian comedian who would like to sit with this guy. This guy does not have Nigerian comedians have comedians about Africa, right? They're very funny. They talk about mostly things about Africa, not to really diss anybody.
Right.
This guy, right? Ask him, he lives in the United States. Nigerian comedians are really very rich, from basketball to AY comedy, some other guys. These are guys who are very, very rich. You understand me? These are very rich guys. Nigerian comedy and music go together and Nollywood. You understand me? These guys are very, very rich. What does he have? We talk about money now. What they will look at him like, you've been in America for all these years, not to show for it. They're coming back and say, man, wear a t-shirt with names and everything on it. Nigerians not buying that. You understand me? Nigerians not buying that.
And Ukido, what do you think about his Jewish friends who said they came to Nigeria? They got arrested because they are claiming that the Igbos are being prosecuted in Nigeria right now. Do you think the Nigerian government? For me, I think the Nigerian government did the right thing.
I think you see, because you see when they set up things up in Nigeria. Let me just tell how Nigeria flow. In Nigeria, the Igbos are not even the most educated people in Nigeria. It's the Yorubas. The Yorubas are bookworm, but they're not business savage. You understand me? Mm-hmm. They're not business savage. The northern ones are more business-like, but they don't really do business. The northern ones do business towards those Sahara Desert area. You understand me? Mm-hmm. But the Yorubas are the more educated people in Nigeria, but they are not businessmen. They are not really businessmen. If you talk about top lawyers, top some other
accountants, engineers,
it's the Yorubas you see there. The Igbos are really businessmen. Most Igbos are businessmen. They are not educated anyway. You understand me? But they know more about money. They train them like that. And who trained them like that is the British, the missionaries.
Yeah.
It's the missionaries that trained the Igbos how to do business. Because they saw that they were very loyal to the religion.
So they were, they were more loyal to the British too, it seems like. Because it seems like I noticed like the Igbo tribe people, they seem to fit more in the Western world and adapt any culture easily.
Because when the missionaries came over there, they met people like farmers, and because they were not aggressive, like that. Their nature was not really aggressive nature, so they didn't really show aggressiveness towards the missionaries when they came over there. So the missionary could convince them easily into religion. You understand me? So they accept. If you go to their side, they are heavily Catholic people. You understand me? They worship Hail Mary and
so they're not into the Jewish thing.
No. They're not Jewish. They're not. These are who worship ancestors.
So do you think this is why the Nigerian government? Would you agree with my analysis that Nigerian government knew about infiltrators, and just like before, like Babangida and like even when Sani Abacha used to be there, remember they would capture people who come in to try to spread propaganda in Nigeria, like they would deport them out of Nigeria. We used to hear this on BBC.
The Igbos who said they are Jewish are the confused ones. They are these are people who hang in Lagos, not really deep inside, because of their movement. You see why they say they are Jewish, why people say, oh, they are Jewish or whatever it is because they're the ones who move a lot. Even inside Nigeria, they move a lot to do business. They can be in a very rural area in Nigeria, just be selling their things there quietly, peacefully. That's what they're doing. They're not really into this kind of something because of their movement and looking for opportunity for business and everything. That's what they call, oh, they are Jewish because they will just leave their territory and move over. But it's not like that anymore. Yes, are they very rich in that their side? Yes, they are very, very rich. They do a lot in business. Yeah, but they can also be very dangerous also with money. They love money a lot. In Nigeria, I would say if you do business at Igbo man, never go into a room to share money with him. Share it
because you won't come out.
You will not come out. You understand me? So some of these things you see that going on sometimes when they arrest people here, arrest people there, is mostly from these people from that side. You understand me? But these are just a few ones. But did they have good people there, genuine business? Yes, most of their people, they are genuine businessmen. You understand me? They are very business savage people in Nigeria. The people who control large part of Nigeria economy in terms of business, yes. You understand me? But they are not Jewish. They worship their gods. They pray to their gods. Igbo man have a strong native witch daughters everywhere there. You understand me? They are people who just believe in their ancestors and they are praying to this, that something. That's why if you go to the Igbo man will celebrate a New Year festival like a person celebrating one of the most wonderful festival in his life.
You know, before I come to Judah, you know, being from one of the 12 tribes of the Bantu, let's hear some of this conversation that Godfrey says, you know, fair use, and we'll come to Judah.
Get mouth. And I'm gonna have to ask because I'm not letting anybody know when I'm going.
Right. But if you gotta get a dude strapped, get somebody that goes. But the problem is not just that; it's you put your family at risk.
Yeah,
because they think you got money, so you showed up, so you got money. I know that was in Jamaica. You couldn't go, yo, the bad white. I'm wait for you to come.
They'll come.
They'll steal your clothes. Like if you wash your clothes and they steal your clothes off the line.
Yo, my sister's like, yo, we gotta set it up for next, like in December or whatever, or in October, whatever. And I'm like, yo, I gotta tell her, whoa, hold up. Like, I don't know about this shit. Because I don't know.
You're a public figure.
They got all the other shit. I don't know.
You're a public figure, and they see it as money. And this place, I mean, I don't know where your people live.
Yeah. And also people romanticize America. So when they see an American celebrity, that's like a different than any other. Like that's the thing about being famous in America is you're famous everywhere. Yeah. If you're just famous in your country, if you're just famous in Jamaica, most likely you're not famous anywhere else. If you're just famous in Nigeria or India or Brazil, you're only famous in those countries.
Yeah.
But if you're famous here, most of the time,
everybody fucks with this.
And when was the last time you went? You said
he said when he was a teenager.
Hey,
so that's probably like what 25.
And what was it like then?
It was a little crazy. I remember the traffic was horrific and crowded. I remember that. You had to be with people to know where the hell you're going.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. So I was with my parents and relatives. So
Afridamus.
Yes, this have nothing to do with, Nigeria. It's called being a stranger somewhere. Okay, go ahead.
Afridamus, let me just tell you the truth. It's a shame. He look confused, or he's pretending to be confused. You understand? It might be he's pretending to be confused.
I think he is pretending because, like, there's no. He's like 50 something years old. There's
Yeah.
no way he is this ignorant about Nigeria.
This guy's a liar. I have a son. My son will tell you, I'm a Nigerian. You understand? I'm a Nigerian, straight up. And you see, he's pretending because Igbo culture, the first Igbo man will teach his child is his language. Igbo culture is very strong.
Well, the way he even pronounced, his tribe and the place, no accent. He sound just like straight from Nigeria. So he has to be playing games.
Yeah, this is playing game. An Igbo man have a child, right? The first thing he will name is his where it's coming, his culture name.
You think
the second thing is some of the languages.
The way he sounds, the way he says the place, Kidola. Can you tell that does he speak the language? You think he does? The way he's pronouncing something.
Neither is pretending because if look, his mother is this guy's mother is an Igbo. This guy is a typical looking Igbo man from where says he's from, which is Abia. You look at the Abia State guy, close to that place called Ogun State.
Yeah.
You know Ogun State. Those is southeast.
Where Tariq Nasheed came from. Tariq's village.
Yeah, he's pretending like if never eat fufu. His mother is a Nigerian Igbo woman. His father is an Igbo man. Possibility to speak they speak Igbo language. Will be eating fufu, eating a lot of vegetable soup and other things. This guy just a flat pretending to fit in. I will not blame him. During his time, Africa was just like something else. He was being intimidated. So sometimes they say when you lie too much, the person even believe in his own lies. Because of the intimidation, he grew up during the time when Africa was not cool at all. So he detached himself from being an African in the open society, but not in the inner door, inside his father's parlor. Once he's there, he's in Nigeria, but in the outside, he claimed to be Black American a lot, that he started believing himself as Black American. Based on that, he could not really change his behavior anymore because he's already stuck in his mind and he was already making the money and he was not interested in going to Nigeria. So he detached himself out of Nigeria. So what you see now is the side effect of that detachment. That's what is worrying him now. During the detachment, he forgot about the cultural food. He forgot everything. So he started eating pancake. He started eating some burgers.
Yeah. You know what? You know, Kidola, what you're saying here, this makes sense. I even know some people, I might even be related to them, who they've lived in America for so long. They're about Godfrey's age. It's around this age that they start, those people detach themselves from Africa, but it looks like now I can see like they regret that they're trying to connect to back home, but it seems like they are scared.
If Afridamus, if you go to Igbo land, right, this guy just making noise. He doesn't have nothing. Who is going to kidnap? If you go to Igbo land, right, I think he himself will be very ashamed of himself. My man, those guys have not all of them are rich. Some of them still believe on their traditional way of life up to today there. You understand? He came from an area whereby his ancestors left land for him. You understand me?
That's what's sad. I was going to ask that. So, because people from his region, Godfrey probably have land for him, waiting for him there.
If they have land, Godfrey have land is the first son of his father.
Yeah.
He have land there. If you go to Igbo land, right? On Christmas Day, my man, you'll be seeing G-Wagon, you'll be seeing Rolls Royce, you'll be seeing Bentley, you'll be seeing all kind of crazy cars. What does he want? What does he have? He have nothing. Come here to me say, if I go over, they'll kidnap him. If you enter Nigeria, this guy doesn't have nothing. All the comedians in Nigeria, some of them put Rolls Royce, some of them put Bentley, some of them put the latest cars and everything. Live on huge mansions and everything. Is pretending because an Igbo culture is a very strong culture, very strong culture. Is is even we that live in Nigeria with the Igbo person, their culture is very, very. If you talk to an Igbo man for 5 minutes, he will miss English and his language talking to you.
You know, thank you, Kidola. Thank you for coming here and speaking for the Igbos, because Godfrey is definitely making them look bad. Let's go to Judah here. Judah, are you there?
Oh yes, Afridamus. Can you hear
Judah,
me?
welcome to the Afridamus report. Judah, I mean, you usually talk about being a Hebrew, and your topic came. Are you shocked to see that you and your people are not included in the tribes, the 12 tribes here? And also, what do you think about, Godfrey sitting there? Is he pretending to be a Hebrew, or they are really Hebrews? Go ahead.
Afridamus. Look, people should not be confused between Hebrew Israelite and Bantu Israelite. These are two different people.
No. Hold on. The less melanated Israelites just confirmed that they did not mention the Bantus. So
this is what I'm saying. I said the Bantu Israelite are different from the Hebrew Israelite. We are different people. I did not say we are the same people.
Okay, what is the difference? Are you guys the same as the Igbos?
No, I just say we are different people. I did not say we are the same people. So
okay, what is the difference?
Israelite.
Oh, okay. All right.
See. Let me.
Okay,
let
that's
me
fine. Okay, you know what? I'm glad you cleared that. Since you're a Bantu Israel, let's forget that part. What do you think about what you're watching here? You guys being of the same connection with the Israelite thing. Go ahead.
That's why I want to explain. Let me talk for a minute, Afridamus. This is the thing, right? I don't know what state Kidola is from. Kidola, what state are you from in Nigeria?
I'm from Southwest.
Yes, Southwest. Southwest, like what state?
Yeah, but I grew up in those states.
Oh, okay. What I'm saying, because from where I'm from in Cameroon, it might only take me probably an hour to reach to maybe 30 minutes into Ebonyi State, and maybe probably 45 minutes to an hour to get into Enugu and all these other places. So at one point in time, during the conglomeration of Africa, when countries were being partitioned, when places were being partitioned, the Igbo people were under the eastern region of Nigeria, and even the Bantus of Cameroon, like part of the Bantu people, were also under this eastern region. So we and the Igbo people, it seems like we had there's some kind of similarities between both cultures, because they also have.
Are you? I just want to know. Are you? For a minute, I asked you. You clarified that. You guys are not the same.
Right. Now, I see there are some similarities. I did not say there are some similarities, because what are the similarities, right? Both of us have past glories that our ancestors came from Egypt, which was like the whole Sudan and all these places. It used to be called Egypt back then. Ethiopia was all into all that Egypt stuff. So we all have the same ancestral root that they came from Egypt. And if you see the way Cameroon is located, you see where the Igbo people are located. The Igbo are next door to Cameroon. They are the closest neighbor to Cameroon, to my village, to where I'm from, to my part of Cameroon that I'm from. They are the closest neighbor. And it all have these similarities, right? So us that are Bantu people and these Igbo people, they say they are Hebrew, right? For some reason, I'm believing that there's something that needs to be believed, that there is actually a truth in what these people are saying. I'm not going to stand back and say no, these people are not Hebrew, or they are not, or the Bantus are not Israelite, or this, but there are some truth. The truth might not be put in some way that people may understand, but at least
wait. You're like, can you repeat that again?
What I'm saying is
the truth in what?
what these people are saying. Maybe they claim, maybe they are they are Israelite. Don't get me wrong, because us Bantus are Israelite. They are
No,
Israelite.
no, no,
But if they
no,
claim to
no,
be
Jude, Jude. They
right,
only mention one tribe that would be Bantu, the Lember, right? So
the
we've
what?
already
I didn't get what you say. The
the Limber people, that
who are
the
the
white
Limber
man.
people?
Yeah, there. But here's the thing: we've already established Bantu Israelite is different from
Right,
Hebrew Israelite. But
right.
now you're trying to make the connection. We've already cleared that you guys are not part of the Israelite group. You guys are Bantus.
No, we
So
are not
forget.
part. We are not part of the Hebrews. We are part. We because we have our own. We have our own roots. Our own ancestral was Bantu Israelite, and we have 12 tribes. Right, there are different tribes in the Bantu. So you might have other tribes. People that are claiming to be Bantus, but some you
Okay,
have.
okay, that's fine. So what do you think about, Godfrey and his,
Look.
Israelite people?
I'm not gonna kick on Godfrey, man. I'm not gonna come here and say, this brother. I mean, everybody is putting his mouth where he's getting paid for. You put your mouth where you're
So
getting paid.
you don't think is real?
This is a thing, right? I'm not gonna sit down and say it's not real or it's real, because me and you actually, you yourself probably do not know, exactly what these people talk of when they talk of claiming where they come from, right? Because look,
Like, what do you mean?
what I mean is, Afridamus, you have your own culture, and these people have their own culture, and us Bantus people, we have our own culture. You are not the best person to tell me who we are.
No, I'm
Us,
not
the
telling you.
ones that,
I'm not telling you who you are, right?
right, right.
I'm just going by because you've been claiming to be one of the
No, we
Israelite
are not
tribe.
claiming. We are not claiming. We are part of it. We are Bantu. We are not. We are not claiming it. It was given to us. If you go into Bantu Bible, like stuff like this, the same Bible, the Bible that we
Okay,
have is
okay,
different
that's
from
what
the
I'm
Bible
saying.
that these
Okay,
other people have.
all right, fine. We don't know about this Bible. Let's forget the Bible.
Okay,
Let's focus here on. Let's come back to to the planet here,
right. But what I'm saying
planet
is,
Earth.
right.
What I'm
What
trying to say,
God?
let's get to it. Godfrey, right? Let's focus on Godfrey here. What do you think about the conversation?
Look. The conversation went well for Godfrey. That's what I would say, right? People are calling him lunatic on the panel, but this is the thing, right? He is relating more to the people that they are in Israel, and he want to create some kind of a studio, I think, over there in Israel, right? Because this is the thing. Even the Bantus also, they want to also mingle with brothers that they feel they are Bantu. And this is what I said, because the conglomeration of what we have as African today made people boxed in with Fulanis and all these mixed people. Actually, your own brother could be fine in another country. That you could actually have a brother that is in Mexico or in another country, and
Okay,
these are the people that you may
so
align with.
wait, but didn't you just hear what Kidola, who's from Nigeria and he's close to the Igbos?
Him being
Didn't you?
from Nigeria, no.
Hold on.
The
Didn't you
thing
hear?
is, the thing that
Didn't
you
you hear
fail to
what he
understand.
just said? Hold on.
I know, but
Didn't you? So are you disputing what
I'm
Kidola just
disputing
said?
because this is the thing that you fail to understand. Just because people
No,
are boxed into
no.
what
I'm
let me
asking you.
talk
Here's the
now.
thing, Jude.
Let me finish talking.
Hold on. Relax. Just calm down. We're having a conversation. I'm the host here. I'm asking questions. It's nothing personal. It's not my opinion. Nothing is directed at me. You're speaking to the audience. I'm asking questions. It's not what I fail to understand. Just explain. So, Kidola, who's from Nigeria, very familiar with the Igbos, he knows all about them. Are you trying to deny what he's saying, that the Igbos are, in fact, not Israelites?
Afridamus, I might be more familiar with the Igbos more than Kidola. I'm telling you, this is the thing, right? Just because
Okay.
people,
You said might, right?
not even might, I'm fully even more into more Igbos than even Kidola. Just because people are boxed in into countries doesn't mean they are related. These are the things people. It's like
Jude,
you saying I'm related to a Fulani person.
I'm not talking, Jude. I'm not talking about relation. I get that. Okay, he's not claiming to be an Igbo. He's
That's what I'm
telling you.
saying. Just because
Hold on,
you
he
find
just
yourself in the
explained.
same
He
country
just
with a
hold
person
on.
doesn't mean that they know more into that person.
So Judah, are you saying he doesn't know about Igbos? You know about Igbos more
I
than
did
him?
not say he doesn't know much, as he knows more. But it doesn't mean just because you are in the same country with a people doesn't mean the person that is not in that country doesn't know much. Because at one
Judah,
point in time, all are the
Judah, here's the thing,
Oh,
Judah.
man, come on.
I know, like, you do have a tendency, you know, to believe that, like, because I remember one time you told me you know about Gambia more than me, right? You've I've heard you say this, and you've never stepped foot in Gambia. So,
Afridamus.
but you know, I mean, so I know, like, you're not scared to
No,
confidently sit here. Hold on. Remember when you said to me, you know Gambia more than me, I did not even engage you, right? Right,
No,
because
you don't have to engage. But this is the
I
thing,
did
right?
not no,
Let me make it.
because my thing was, right, I noticed there was no point in me doing that.
No, but
Right?
this is the thing. Let me make
Hold on. So I want you to get straight to the point. Are you saying that no, Kidola is wrong? The Igbos are in fact Israelites.
Look, I'm not gonna say Kidola was wrong. He has a history of Igbo. They live in the same country, right? But I also have a history of Igbo because these people are more closer to me than more closer to Kidola from where he's from. Through my window.
Okay. So what is your point? Are you what he's saying?
That
Are
I'm
you
telling you,
denying what he's saying or not?
No, my point that I'm telling you is if the Igbo claim they are Hebrew Israelite, maybe they are. They are Hebrew Israelite because they have their own history. It's not gonna be someone from outside that's gonna tell you, oh, you are not this person. It's no. The Igbo are the ones telling you they are these people.
Okay, wait. Kidola, do the Igbos claim to be Israelites in Nigeria?
At all.
They do not?
Not.
Okay.
The one,
Judah, did you hear
saw,
that?
see, the one you saw sometimes say,
From Kidola, the Igbos that I've met are claiming to be they are claiming to be Hebrews. He's the ones that is saying they are not. So who do you want to listen to?
There's no
It
Igbo
depends on
man.
who you want to go with.
There are some people, you see, it's just the way this Cameroon, they show that, see, that, what's that thing again? That so-called black Israelites sometimes. There are some people who want to be different, right? Those people are covering their head. If you they are covering themselves, so we are Jewish, when they're never Jewish, really. Igbo man will tell you they are not Jewish. Igbo man doesn't even worship that religion. The original Igbo religion is their voodoo religion, ancestors. Igbo religion is different from Yoruba religion. Yoruba religion is closer to the Edo people religion, whereby they worship Ogun, the god of the sea, and the god of the sun, and the Orisha. You understand me? So I'm trying to tell you now that the Yoruba religion, the people closer to the Yoruba, also in that it have their voodoo religion, are the Edo people. You understand? They worship almost similar type of religion. The Igbo people religion is not close at all to the Yoruba religion in terms of voodoo.
It's not close because you guys are not closer to Igbo than us that are closer to Igbo. So you actually have no clue about what you're talking about.
Enugu, you might have border with Enugu State, some villages there. That what happened, you know, nearly the south are border with some southern Cameroonians, Port Harcourt, Akwa Ibom, and all those areas to Enugu area. You understand? The Igbos are just people. The Igbos never claim they are Jewish people. If you
No,
go to
some are claiming. The ones that you made are not claiming. Some are claiming. You cannot say all the
But
Igbos are not claiming.
look, Kido, Judah.
Let me talk. You guys are not letting me.
He's hold on, Judah. He is Nigerian. He lives there.
You can be Nigerian.
Here we go.
Oh man.
Here we go. Just like you told me, I can be Gambian, and you've never been to Gambia, but you know Gambia more than me. Go ahead, say it.
Judah, my young brother married to an Igbo woman from Imo State. Yes, sir.
See,
Now we
you
must
say
start
he's Nigerian, right? Igbo and where I'm from, we're the same country. Did you know that, Afridamus? You just keep saying of course he's Nigerian. These people are boxing into one country, but are they related? It's like saying a Fulani person is the same
Okay,
as me
okay,
because we are
okay.
the same
Well,
country.
okay. I don't want to go in circles. So, in a minute ago, when you first came, I made sure I established so that we don't go into the Bantu thing, right? I made sure that to draw a clear line, but that you're not related to these people, and you made that clear. But somehow you're trying to draw us into this.
No, I'm not. What I'm saying is there is a similarity. I did not say we are the same people. I said there's a similarity in the things that they say and the culture, because these people claim that their ancestral came from Egypt, the same way the Bantu Israelite claim their ancestors.
No. These people are
coming from
claiming to be from. Didn't you hear the pale skin Hebrew guy? They came from Israel, not from Egypt.
Israel into Egypt.
Oh.
Where is the line from you to go from Israel? How do you go into Igbo land? You have to go through Egypt.
Okay, so what do you think about the pale Jew guy that came and they got arrested by the Nigerian government?
Afridamus, I'm not into Jews, right? Because even
do you
let
know
me
this?
talk.
Do you think it's in? I didn't finish my question. I'm trying to set it. It seems like you're in a hurry. Are you even listening to what I'm saying? I'm trying to ask you here. So, what do you think about the Nigerian government's move to arrest those people? Do you think they sense infiltration, or do you sense any infiltration in the way these guys are speaking? Are they trying to
Okay.
use divide and conquer tactics? Go ahead.
Let me see. People are confused, right? When people say they are Israelite, the Israel that you see today wasn't in existence. That part of Israel that is called Israel today was Palestine. The people that claim and invaded Palestine took over that part of the territory and called it Israel. The Israel that the promised land that was being promised in the Bantu Bible, they have not still, the land is still there.
Wait.
The land is not where
Wait. You said it was promised in what Bible?
the promised land in the Bantu Bible is not the Israel you see.
Okay,
today.
wait.
That Israel that you see
Where
today
would
the
I
Israel
find?
is not
Where
there.
would we wait? Judah,
So
you
when
said
people say they are
Judah.
Bantu
No.
Israelite,
Hold
it's
on.
not
Hold
the
on.
Israelite, it's
Judah.
not the Israel over there. The Israelite today is the one that is found in the Congo Cameroon border. There's an Israelite. The promised land is still there. That's why even when the Israel will look, oh man, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Judah.
Okay. Oh, let me finish. Kidola, you talk too much. Let me finish. This is
I'm
why.
very
This is
confused.
what.
I'm very,
Let me
very
finish.
confused.
Let me finish.
No,
This is where.
Judah. Hold on. No, Judah. Wait a minute.
Let
Judah,
me
to be
finish.
honest,
Even when
you're
the Israel.
creating confusion here.
No, I'm
We
not
don't.
creating confusion. Let me
Yes,
finish.
you
Even
are.
when the Israel. Even when
Please.
the Israel. Okay, let me finish. Even
You're
when
not
the
making
Israel.
sense at all because
Okay.
look, this
Let me say something, right?
Bantu, calm down. Allow the host to speak. Stay on
Oh
topic.
man.
Stay on topic, please.
Let me say something, right?
No.
When Israel went,
No. Wait, you're not gonna
oh
say
man.
anything until we clear this Bantu Bible thing here. Okay? I told you a minute ago. You said you Bantu Israelites are different from the actual Israelites, and now the topic is about the Israelites, not the Bantu ones. But somehow their promised land was found in the Bantu Bible. This is what I'm
The
confused by.
Bible that you have is different from the Bible that the Christians or the Jews follow.
Okay,
And this
where
is
do
the
we
thing.
find where can we find this Bantu Bible?
That's why if you want I can give it. I can give you some website for you to read. They still have it on the web version. It's not like solid version. But this is the
Okay,
thing, right?
all right. Okay,
Even
today
when the
we don't
Israel,
want to confuse ourselves
why?
with
Because can I make a
with the
little statement?
Bantus. No,
Can you let
wait.
me make a little?
Hold
Can you
on.
let me
No,
make
no,
a little
no,
statement? Oh
no.
man,
Not yet. Not yet. For the sake of this conversation, please let us forget this quote unquote Bantu
but
Bible, or even
okay.
we
Can I
don't we
talk?
don't no we don't want to talk about the fake Bantu Israelites. let's
okay,
focus
what I,
on
what
the
I want to say,
Igbos. Go ahead.
what I want to say is when Israel, when the Jews in Germany were carving for places to establish Israel, there were several countries that were nominated. Even Uganda was even nominated
I
to
know.
be the Israel. You know that, right?
Mhm.
So if today Israel was found in Uganda, you know what will have been the story
It would
of
have been
Igbo?
considered they brought some people who invaded the land. That's what it
It would
would
be
be.
but
Just like it's happening in Palestine. Next
But
question.
that's what I'm saying. So many people are thinking, oh, the Israel that you see today in Palestine is so if the Bantus cannot actually be that Israelite that you see, but that's a fake story.
No, this
No,
is not about
because
the Bantu. This is
the Israel could be fine.
Judah.
Israel today could be fine anywhere, and that's what I'm saying. It could be fine anywhere in the world. But
Okay, let's hold on. Okay, we have two more speakers.
Let me say
Hold on.
Hold on. You go on. Let me say it.
No. Hold on. You can't just bomb rush the panel. You gotta wait your turn, my guy. Calm down. UFC Superman. Go ahead.
Good evening, Afridamus.
Thank you for calling in.
Listen, I'm from Edo State. Edo State to Anambra State is about 1 hour, 30 minutes or 45 minutes by car.
It's 45 minutes from my area in Cameroon.
Judah, please don't interrupt because I will drop you in the back.
Listen, first, Judah is just like the Godfrey that speak on Africa-America issue.
Yeah, what do you think about Godfrey and the Igbo thing? You're from Nigeria. I want to hear what you gotta say.
Listen, these guys are smart guys. They just play to people's emotion. Anywhere the conversation is going, they just play to that direction. It's not that they mean it. Listen, Godfrey is a nobody. You understand me? Let me say, for like last week here, there's one supermodel. I think she's more popular than Godfrey. Is it Naomi Campbell? Yeah, she was in Nigeria like few days ago. Naomi Campbell.
Oh, Naomi Campbell. Oh, she used to be like a model.
Yes, she was in Nigeria.
The one that was carrying the diamonds for Charles Taylor.
Yes, thank you very much.
So she's a con woman. Okay, but go ahead.
She was in Nigeria recently. They did kidnap her. This Godfrey, no, I don't know him except on this YouTube channel. He's not a popular person.
So are you shocked to hear that about how he's speaking about Nigeria and he's saying that the Igbos, are they Jews? Let me ask you that. Are they Israelites?
They are not, although some of them do claim they are because of their current master Nnamdi Kanu that is for me is from Israel. Let me tell you something. These people, they just want to associate themselves with power. You understand me? You know, the Jewish should I say tribe or community, they are kind of powerful. They have money, they have influence and all that. That's what they are trying to associate themselves with. Black man, go and create your wealth. Go and build your society. Stop associating yourself with people that have already made it and build their own society. Okay? This idea you want to become.
My brother, you're from Edo State, right? From
Yes, I am. Yeah.
Since you grow up, have you ever heard, because Igbo man they live with us for Edo State there, right?
They're plenty. Now, don't
you ever hear when Igbo man don't claim saying they're Jewish, I be Igbo man they claim where they come from. And what be their native religion? Not be those three when they worship.
Stop talking. Let him talk.
Judah, calm down. Judah.
No, why is he interrupting him? I mean, let him talk. I've met Igbo that are claiming to be Jews.
Judah, I'm the host. Just calm down.
They are not claiming. So
they practice traditional religion. Also, majority of them are Catholic. So I don't see they are not able to connect with. They don't practice Judaism in Nigeria. So this idea that they are Jewish is I don't know. It's just something I see online on YouTube.
Are you surprised that those people that his friends who said they came to Nigeria, they were arrested and thrown in a jail cell with Boko Haram people and they get deported?
Let me tell you what is going on in Nigeria. See, I tell people, when you see any news about Nigeria, always try to verify that news. You understand me? Most of these people, they live in bubbles. They just follow one way. They get their news on social media, sometimes on WhatsApp, on Twitter. They don't do verification, and they run with it.
Right. So what do you think about Judas' idea that he's pushing?
Listen, Jude is a confused man. He's confused because I'm not related to any Jewish or kind of, no, I'm not. I'm fully related to my Africa spirituality, not even Christianity. So this idea that I believe Jude in his hometown in Cameroon, they have their own traditional religion, but he won't talk about that. He wants to associate himself with what they call it, the Jewish.
How can I associate myself and I'm part of it? I'm a Bantu. How can I associate myself with something that I'm part of it? What are you talking about?
You are not a fucking Bantu or whatever.
Watch out for the F-bombs. Don't ruin the stream.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Afridamus, let me tell you something. This so-called
Afridamus, take this guy out, man. What the heck is he talking about?
This guy is throw around on. It's just something they pick on YouTube channel. This YouTube channel. No, let me say 5 years ago, you don't hear the word Bantu on YouTube.
Hey, shut up! You cannot come on this forum and disrespect me, bro.
You don't hear the word Bantu. All of a sudden, everyone Bantu.
Go online and type tribes in Cameroon, and you will see Bantu tribes popping up. What the heck are you talking about? There's actually.
Sorry,
what are you talking about?
Okay, hold on. Let's allow Mad Dog also. Hold on, Judah. Hold on. Let's allow Mad Dog.
As a general term in Nigeria, there's also a Bantu word in Cameroon, a general word.
Okay, Judah, wait. Let's allow Mad Dog to have his chance too. Mad Dog, welcome to the Afridamus report. Mad Dog, like in this conversation, what do you want? Igbos, are they Jews?
First and foremost, Afridamus, thank you for having me on the show.
Man, Mad Dog, you might want to fix your audio. It sounds like you're underwater.
Yep.
Oh, am I clearer now?
No, it's like echoey.
You know what? Give me a minute. Let other people talk on the show.
Okay, go ahead and come back.
Afridamus, why will you bring this UFC guy on this panel? I met him on another panel and he was like, no, he didn't say nothing like that.
But Judah,
he's running his mouth on this same panel.
Judah, wait.
What you said on the other time, I didn't say that.
Wait,
okay,
Judah.
What are you going to say now?
Hold on,
Judah. No, you are not
Judah. Hold on, Judah. You like to tell me to kick people off. You gotta stop that. People are welcome here. Do not bring other beefs from other channels. The man has the right to be here just like you. I thought you said if it's African, why do you want to kick another African off?
He comes here and disrespect me being it's like me saying he's a fucking Yoruba, disrespecting his Yoruba.
He did not disrespect you. Like
no, he said, look, this is the thing that most people do not know about Cameroon. A conglomeration of tribes are put together called Bantus. You can go online and Google it. There's actually a group of tribes called
that's fine.
You are just as confused as Godfrey.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You are the one that is confused.
Hold on, guys. One mic. Go ahead, Kidola. Hold on. Go ahead, Kidola.
These are no Judah. It seems like these are just degenerating slowly. It's to be honest, I'm very confused. Very confused about Judah. Sometimes
you think Judah is more confused than Godfrey?
Man. He said he know more by the Igbo people. We that live with the Igbo people. You understand me? We live with them.
When did you start living with the Igbo people? We were in the same conglomeration with Igbo people. Do you know about the Eastern Region Assembly? What are you talking about?
Hold on.
Do you know about the Eastern Region Assembly of Nigeria? When Ambazonia and Igbo people were in the same house of assembly, were you there? What did you know about? What the heck?
Hold on, Judah. Let him answer. Go ahead.
This Kidola doesn't mean nothing. Just the fact that you live in Nigeria doesn't mean you know these people.
Judah, calm down. Judah, you gotta let people talk. Kidola, go ahead.
It's always everywhere.
You see, what I'm trying to say about is we live with these people, we marry with each other, we are like brothers. We do a lot with each other, a lot. Forget about say it's Igbo. Yes, we name the area we're coming from. But when we growing up, we in the same class with these people in school, right from elementary to university level, right from the street, eating together, right in the working area, and right as a family. You understand me? And Igbo man never claimed to be Jewish. Agree. And Igbo man have their traditional way of life. They are farmers. They're also businessmen. They live with themselves peacefully. Not too recently, it just even this Biafra of a teen self, most of them knock it off. It was this guy that brought it up again. Nadi Kano. You understand me? Yes, they are businessmen. Yes, they like business. They like to do business, but they never claim to be Jewish people. If you go to Igbo land and say, "Oh, am I Jewish?" The richest Igbo man will never tell you he's even Jewish. You understand me? Innocent Motors will never tell you I'm Jewish. A lot of them will never tell you they are Jewish people. It's not what sell in Nigeria. These two people that came to Nigeria to be looking for their lost so-called people that never really exist. Maybe they will just try to cause confusion. That's why the Nigerian government arrest them.
It's funny how you have somebody who is not Igbo want to talk more into Igbo and claiming they are not. I mean, it's crazy.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. Judah, are you Igbo?
He has talked. He has talked. Let me talk,
Judah,
right?
are you Igbo?
See,
Judah, are you
before
Igbo, bro?
before let me talk. Let me talk.
Judah,
This guy
answer
is
the
talking,
fucking
right?
question. Are
Before
you
the
Igbo, bro?
Igbo, wait, let me talk. Before the Igbo even joined Nigeria, where was the Igbo? The Igbo and the Ambazonia were in the same house of assembly. These were
Yeah,
people.
but Judas, that still doesn't mean they are Jewish.
No, I did not say I cannot come here and say the Igbo are not Jewish because I'm not Igbo. They are the ones that are telling their own
But these
history. and
people
they
are
have the
from
right to-
Nigeria. They are saying,
But he doesn't know. He's not Igbo. How can he say
okay,
something?
hold on, Mike. I think Mike is. I think Mad Dog is Igbo. Let's allow him.
No,
Mad
Mad Dog
Dog,
is
go
not
ahead.
Igbo. Mad Dog is Benin. Mad Dog is
Okay.
not Igbo. Mad Dog is not, I'm more closer to Igbo people than even these people.
Okay. Hold on, Judah. Judah,
I'm
let him
45
talk.
minutes away from my hometown into an
Okay.
Igbo land than these people.
Keep quiet. Jesus.
Go ahead, Mike. Go ahead, Mad Dog.
Mad Dog? Okay. I'm Brian, not Mike. That's it.
Okay, yeah, it's Mad
Let me
Dog.
say-
Go ahead, Mad Dog.
Yeah. Afridamus, thanks for having me on. First and foremost, it's gonna
Thank you for coming.
Here, and I'm gone. Let me say this right. Jude, you are an American citizen. You don't even have the passport to enter your country because your country does not allow dual citizens. You have to worry about having a passport to enter your country.
What was this guy talking about?
No, shut up, Jude. Shut your
You
mouth.
shut up,
Judah,
Mad Dog.
Judah,
Mad
let
Dog,
him
Shut
finish.
your fucking mouth
Right.
up, bro.
Hold on. No, guys, please. Let's keep this conversation clean no matter what. Please, let's keep it clean, so that this stream
gonna
can
keep it
stay
clean.
up. Go ahead.
I'm going to keep it clean. Jude, before you worry about being a Hebrew or Igbo-related Hebrew, you have to remember to go, before you worry about that, go sort out your citizenship with Cameroon so you can enter Cameroon free of charge and live there without any obstacles of work permits and visa permits and stuff like that before you worry about being an Israeli. You're not an Israeli, bro. All you Africans that think you're a Hebrew Israelite, such and such, there. You guys are African people. You get what I'm saying? You will not be anything other than African people. Your black and dusty asses are African people. That's what you are. You get what I'm saying? If you cry, bro. I don't care.
So for you, where is Israel? Where is Israel located?
Judah, let him finish.
Shut your mouth, please. I beg you, shut your
Go
mouth.
ahead.
Don't want me to
Go
talk to you tonight. What I'm gonna say is this, right? If you take it back to history, we as a group of people, many African tribes have migrated. That's a very common thing within our history in the African continent. We migrated from place to place. A lot of us have migrated from the northern coast of the continent to the southern coast of the continent. You get what I'm saying? So it's not new for us to hear that, oh, we are from certain parts of the continent, like we were indigenous to some northern coast of the continent whatsoever. Okay, maybe Igbo people actually migrated from the eastern hemisphere of the planet. Maybe my tribe of people migrated from the eastern hemisphere of the planet to the south. You get what I'm saying? It
Right.
doesn't necessarily mean that we are the same people as those people that dwell over there. Because the only reason, let me say this, the only reason that we fantasize over our historic locations is because the people that now occupy, that currently occupy our historic occupations, they've made it a fortune. You look at Israel, for example. The
Where is
Israelis have made Israel
Israel,
a
bro? You
fortune.
think Israel is the Israel you
Bro, keep quiet. Just keep quiet, let other people talk. The Israelis have made Israel a fortress. The Europeans have made Europe a fortress. The Americans have made the America a fortress. Us as African people have not done that. Do you get what I'm saying? My people, my tribe, let me say my tribe, they are the indigenous people of Kemet, the ancient Egyptian city. However, now, from a current perspective, we are not those people. Do you get what I'm saying? We are some black African people, and as a group of people, we have to come together and make our land a fortress. Let me say this. If you speak to an Igbo person on the continent of Africa, especially Nigeria, they will never tell you that they're Hebrew. This idea, I don't know, this is something now, this is a Western phenomenon. It's only people that are in the West.
You're right.
In the West, live in the West.
Mad Dog. You're right.
Yeah?
With that, you're very right. I'm gonna segue into coming to that, but you got a point there. Supergirl, thank you for the super chat. She said, Jude Empire, you somehow managed to trigger the entire chat and panel. Calm down, cousin. Thank you, Supergirl, for the super chat. Okay, we have a new speaker. Let's let him speak, and then we can come back for the second round. EW, what do you want to add on to this, and where you calling from? EW, are you there? Unmute yourself.
Yeah, you hear me?
Yes, where you calling from, EW?
Yeah, I'm calling from Atlanta.
Atlanta. Are you a Igbo too?
No, I'm East Africa, Ethiopia.
Ethiopia. All right. Okay. So, what do you think about this conversation? Do you think are Igbos Jews?
No, I don't think so. None of the West African countries are Jewish at all.
What about the Bantus? Are they Jewish too?
No, they're not.
Okay.
I did not say the Bantus are Jews.
Continue, EW.
Yeah, the only Jewish people is not even the white people in Israel. They're not in the Jewish even.
So do they have Ethiopian Jews? EW, are you there?
You
keep going in and out. You keep going in and out. Okay.
Yeah.
Are you there? Are you there? Hold on. Let him finish. Let this man finish. EW, go ahead. We can hear you now.
If you look at it, if anybody knows the history of Jewish, Israel itself is not Israel until 1948, right?
Right.
So Ethiopian, they got Jewish, 2,000 years. So the real Jewish, Ethiopian is not white people. No, we call them Jewish today. It's not West African. It's not American, European, none of them.
Okay, you got a good point. So what do you think about that? Those, I don't know what to call them, if white or Middle Eastern people claiming those two guys, I mean, they're Europeans, I would say, claiming the Nigerian Igbos are Jewish and all this, they're trying to unite with their people in Nigeria, Uganda, and, even your country, Ethiopia. Are these people related to these people? Like, what is their motive in your, like, what do you think? And they were arrested by the Nigerian government. What do you think about the Nigerian government's part on that? Smart move or wrong?
Oh, I would say is wrong. All right, but I don't know this.
But why?
Nationality is because if they are Palestinian, yeah, they are Jewish.
Yeah, but if they are coming to Nigeria to create false information to to create
that's what it is.
confusion.
That's what it
Don't
is.
you think? Don't you think Nigerian government was right in arresting and deporting them?
I think that's right. Yeah, it's
Okay.
enforced. Yeah, because like I said, the only Jewish is Palestinian and Ethiopians. You know what I'm saying? But anybody else, I'm not talking about. I'm not even a Jewish Ethiopian. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just following the history. What I know the truth is.
So anybody else, especially like in Black Africa, claiming to be Jewish, is all made up, huh?
It's all made up. Thank you.
See, Afridamus, no one is claiming to be Jews in
Who claimed Jews?
we Bantus are not claiming to be Jews. We are different from these people. We are the Bantu Israelite. We are not Jews. We are not Hebrews. And the Bantu Israelite are the chosen people. That's what I'm saying. So you can claim to be Jews or whatever. We are not. We are not claiming it. And that was my point.
Okay, what do you mean by chosen people? The Bible is, the only
Your own
chosen
Bible
people
that you
is.
believe in is different from what the Bantu Bible is. So we don't believe in the European Bible that was written and given to you guys. Our own Bible is different.
Calm down, man.
Afridamus, let me say this here. Afridamus, let me say this here. I'm going to break off after this. I'm going to run up.
In the Bantus, we have 12
Hold on,
tribes.
Judah, let him say.
Are the ones you find in the
keep
Bantu.
quiet, bro. What I'm going to say is this. Look, Judah, before you worry about being an Israelite or being related to Israelites or Israelis, whatever they're called, you have to worry about being a Cameroonian who can work and live in Cameroon for the span of 3 months.
So where do you live?
Without any concerns of visa expandation. You get what I'm saying? Bro, I'm gonna say this. You claim to be Bantu and related to the Igbos more than even other Nigerians on the panel. However, we have grew up, we've lived, and we know more Igbo people than you do. There's no Igbo person in Nigeria or anywhere else on the continent that claims to be an Igbo person. You don't even know more than 10 Igbo names. Your big head.
You are not bad. You are not Igbo, man. So you can't talk much about Igbo.
I'm not Igbo. I'm not Igbo. So shut the fuck up, bro. Like literally.
Mad dog, keep it clean, Mad dog. Remember?
You shut the fuck up.
Yeah, no. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Really, keep quiet, bro. Keep quiet. You don't have to call people up when they're speaking. You don't even know more than 10. You can't even name more than 10 Igbo names. I grew up with Igbo people because they migrated to my
Let me give you names if you want to. I
know
grew
what
up
I'm
with
saying?
Igbo people as well.
Okay, no. Trust me, Jude. You can't do it. You don't want it with me. Don't try it with me. Just keep quiet. You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying is this, right? There is no Igbo person because I got them on my phone right now. I can text man, I can call man right now. They will not tell you that they're Igbo people. So they're Igbo people. They will not say that they're Hebrew people. You get what I'm saying? They do not claim that because overall people on the continent and on the ground, they know where they are. They know their places. They know that they're African people that need to build.
Yeah, I agree with you,
Economically,
man.
politically, and socially speaking.
So which guys, hold on, which brings us.
Can you let me talk?
Hold on.
These people believe that Igbo people are only in.
This is a Western phenomenon. This
Guys,
is a Western
okay.
phenomenon.
All right. Let me ask this question so we can move on. And we're coming towards the end of the show here. And we're gonna go in sequence. Judah, please exercise self-control. Stop cutting people off so I don't put you in the back, please. Guys, exercise self-control. Let me ask the question, please. So I want you guys to answer this question. Why is it, what is it about some Africans, like when they come to the West, no shame, they want to attach themselves to like either like this Hebrew thing, or they would anything that is hot, they would attach themselves to it and say that is their culture. We'll start with Kidola and then we'll go down. No, we'll start with Kidola.
Madog, can you stop?
We'll start with Kidola. Kidola, go ahead.
Okay, let me say my final statement before I sleep. Afridamus, you see, that's what I said. Most of the things that are coming from Western world, especially United States. You know, I think it has something to do with too many wobble books that is not really true. And what I noticed why things are like this is because in United States you can be whatever you want, you call yourself to be.
You're right about that.
So that confusion is coming from United States. And these Nigerians who are born there, those who are born there, not the one that been molded in Nigeria before they went over there. That's why you see the Ghanaian guy, Michael Blassie, could easily come and build a school in Ghana because it was
And
made in
Akon.
Ghana. Akon and all of them. So it's a matter of is disassociate yourself from, you want to belong to something that is power, very important. You know what I'm saying? So that's why this confusion is all going on.
And Kidola, do you think, you know, I don't want to name names, but do you think nowadays some of the Africans, you know, they are learning this Hebrew Israelite thing from the blacks without even, do you think that's are they learning this from the blacks?
For those that live in the United States, yes. But you know, for a person like an African, you understand, you can never really come up with the word, I'm Jewish. I'm not Jewish. I will never be Jewish. I have my own religion. I know where I come from. I know what my ancestors are worshiping. When I come to that age, I will also worship the same thing. You understand me? No matter what kind of Christianity am I, come a time, we also go back and worship the same thing because that's what my ancestors are worship. Their gods are still with us. If you go to my farm, to where I'm coming from originally, my family ground, they say about their gods there. You know, most elderly people are worshiping it. Come a time, also go and worship it.
Yeah, you think they because they see Israel as powerful, so they want to attach themselves to Israel as well?
Africa people, we Africans never forget our religion. Our religion is wherever where we migrate from, is still that religion we still worship it all to today. You understand me? Thousands of years, whatever years it is. That's what we still worship it all to today. Are we close in terms of relations? Yes, we're very close. Most South people are very close in terms of in Nigeria because of intermarriages, connection, and all these things. You understand? We were very close. Only that we still hold down to our native tribal area we're coming from. That's just the whole truth. Judah, what do you study? What's your discipline in university? I want to know. What do you study in United States? What's your discipline?
Oh, you talking to me?
Yeah. What's your discipline when you're in university?
International relations and political science.
All right.
Double major.
That explains it.
Okay, God bless, man.
Thank you. Okay, let's bring in Mad Dog real quick. Then we'll go to UFC.
Afridamus, can I speak now?
No,
hold on. It's Mad Dog. Then you go ahead.
UFC.
Go ahead, Mad Dog.
Yeah, for UFC, just for clarification.
So Judah, basically, you have a pointless degree. You can only be a car salesman.
I have a double major. International relations and political science.
It's still a useless degree. But hold on.
It can be useless to you. I don't work with it. I'm now into IT. That's why I don't work with it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Go ahead, Mad Dog.
Yeah, Judah sounded like that.
At UFC, just for clarification, Afridamus wants me to go first because I told him I asked it after this, right? So with that said, I'm going to say this. There is no African person you come across on the continent that's going to say that Igbo people are Igbo people. I grew up around a lot of Igbo people, but
man, you shut up, man. You don't know nothing, Mad Dog.
Of Nigeria. Do they keep quiet? You know nothing as well.
No, go ahead, Mad Dog. He's in the back. Forget him. Okay. When you finish, I'll bring him. Go ahead.
I grew up. Let me say this right. Afridamus, give me a minute. Let me go on a tangent. I grew up with Elizabeth Uzodinma. I grew up with Solomon Okeke. I grew up with a lot of Igbo people from my region because they migrated from their region to my region of Nigeria. I grew up with a lot of Igbo people in my region. I'm not going to go about their names. You will never come across them and their families talking about their there's some Israelite Hebrew or Hebrew Israelite people on the continent or in Nigeria. Why? Because they know who they are when they're in the continent. This is only a Western phenomenon, like I said. This is a Western phenomenon. It's only when Black and African people come to this West that we start getting privy to certain information. We start making up certain theories and whatsoever. And we just start like enhancing them time and time and time. Time from over time, we enhance these theories that we make up. You get what I'm saying? Like, bro, you're not a Hebrew Israelite. You're not related to Hebrew Israelites in any way, shape, or form. And if you go to Israel today as an African person, they will not accept you. Do you want to know why? Because you're Black and African, bro. You're going to sit on this panel and you're going to be African people, or else you're not going to do anything. No one on this panel doesn't know what they are saying.
Thank you very much, Mad Dog. Very well said.
I'm gonna leave it here. I'm gonna go. You know, hold tight. You're African and Black people. Shout out to you, man. I'll talk to you, man, later. Yeah.
Thank you, Mad Dog, as usual. All right, we got Mad Dog out. Now let's have UFC. Super. Go ahead, UFC.
Okay. Jude is from Bamenda in Cameroon, right? You are from Bamenda, right?
I'm not from Bamenda, bro. I'm not. If you don't have no clue, stop talking nonsense. I'm not
Where
from
are you
Bamenda.
from? Where are you
He's
from?
asking you.
Yes, you cannot come here and make allusions that I'm from. I'm
He's,
not from Bamenda.
he's asking you, Jude.
Douala?
I'm not Douala, bro. I'm not
Where are
Douala.
you
What the
from?
heck are you talking about?
Where
Don't
are
stop
you
calling
from?
names.
I'm asking where are you from?
I'm from Southwest. That's what from Southwest. If you know
Your
Cameroon,
state,
from
like your
Southwest.
state. Your name Douala.
What's the
Bamenda.
name of the place?
Douala is a city. I just told you my state. Douala is a city. My town, I'm Southwest. Southwest is like
But
a
Jude,
state.
why are you being defensive? Just tell us.
No, because this guy want to come here and act like he's cool, but he was talking
No,
nonsense.
but Jude, it's not a tough question. Just answer the question. No fighting. He wants to know, and I'm curious too. Can you just answer the question without being defensive?
All right. Cameroon is divided into 10 regions. We call it 10 regions.
Jude,
Let me finish. I'll just
hold
give you a
on.
clue.
No, Jude,
10
you're
regions.
taking us. Hold on. No, stop taking us on a long route. Even Gambia, that is small, is divided into several regions. We all get that. Just answer the question. Which region are you? What part? Name. No, not the direction. What we know is southwest. Like me, if you ask me, the area where I'm from in the Gambia is Western Division. It's called Western. But in that Western Division, there's the name of the town where I'm from. That's what he's asking.
All right, I'm from Boya.
Okay, good. See, Afridamus, in the region where he came from, they are more closer to the Calabar people and to the Benue people, which they speak Igala language. They are not even Igbos. You understand me?
The Benue people are.
No, they are
Go ahead. Speak it. I'll bring in Jude afterwards. But go ahead, UFC. Because he would turn it into an argument, but I'll bring him later. You go ahead.
Oh, okay, if you have map right now, check border between Cameroon and Nigeria. You will see.
Hold on. What is the name of the what did he say the name of the place is again?
Boya.
Okay.
Yes. When you see, they are more closer to the Calabar people and the Benue people in Nigeria. They are not even closer to the Igbo people. You have to cross those states before you get to Enugu state to reach the Igbo people state. So okay. How did you conclude that you are closer to the Igbo people, that you share the same heritage to the Igbo people? If you say, okay, you share heritage with the with the Calabar people, I will believe you, because you guys share border together, all the Benue people, all the Adamawa people, which is Adamawa state, Yola. If you said you share borders with, you share knowledge with these people, I'll believe you, not the Igbo, because the Igbo state is very, very far away.
You said, are they closer to Enugu?
No, they are closer to Benue state in Nigeria.
Oh, Benue. Okay.
Yes. Benue state and Calabar, Cross River.
Okay.
So I don't know what this guy is saying. If you check the map.
Yeah, I'm looking at the map. You're right.
So I don't know what this guy is saying.
You're correct. I'm looking at the map. You're very correct.
How is he correct? Let me ask him a question, right? Do you know what was the Eastern Regional House of Assembly? Do you know?
I don't care about what you are saying.
Okay. There you don't.
Hold on, Jude. Isn't Boya French? Isn't Boya French? It looks like Boya is in the French region.
No, Boya is English. Boya and Bamenda. That's Southwest is Boya, which is Boya is the capital of Southwest.
I mentioned Bamenda just now. I mentioned Bamenda. No.
Let me finish now. No, I'm not from Bamenda.
Jude, he did.
Which is also English, but I'm not from there.
But Jude, he mentioned Bamenda though.
What'd you say?
He did mention Bamenda.
He mentioned Bamenda, but I'm not from there. That's what I'm telling you. Is the capital of Northwest region, which is also that area. I'm from the Southwest, which the capital is Boya. That's where I'm from. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, fine. But
I want to ask you a question. I ask you a question. You say you don't care about that. I ask you a question. Hold on. Let me answer my question. Answer my question. Do you know? Answer my question. Do you know what was the Eastern Regional House of Assembly?
Hold on. Afridamus,
I asked you a question. Do you know what was the Eastern Regional House?
Jude, hold on. Jude, let the man finish. We're almost there. You will get your turn, Jude. Just let the man finish, please.
But why am I asking him a question? He's not answering, but he wants to answer his own question.
But if you're not letting him talk, how will he answer?
Okay, let him answer my question. Do you know what was the Eastern Regional House of Assembly?
Afridamus.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have a friend who is from Equatorial Guinea. She always tells me that they are closer to the Calabar people. I believe her because when you check the map of Nigeria, they are closer to even this guy that is speaking, Judy, the people from Equatorial Guinea. They are closer to Cameroon and people from Nigeria, which is Calabar. You understand me? Not the Igbo tribe. Igbo tribe is very, very far away. You have to move.
I ask you a question. Do you know what was the Eastern Regional House of Assembly? You are not answering. Do you know? Did you know?
Judah, why is that important?
He asked me a question where I was from. Why was it important to him? I'm asking him the same question. Did you know? He's not answering. I want him to answer.
No. The reason why I ask you that question, you want to are you telling me that the Calabar people, which they speak
man, I'm asking him a question. Now he's talking something different. What is going on with this guy?
Language. You just want to cancel them and add them to the Igbo people. These are other ethnic group in Nigeria. The Benue people.
You might be so dumb. Let me tell you about
the Benue people. They speak.
Let me talk.
But Judah, why are you ignoring what he is saying about you guys closer to the Calabar?
He doesn't know nothing. You don't let me talk when he is talking. I ask him a question. He doesn't want to answer. What the heck is going on?
About that? Two people might.
He doesn't care about my question.
Listen. People from that area might decide to come into agreement in whatever way you are talking about. Fine, I agree with that. But when you go to the ethnic group, that's what I'm talking about. The ethnic group. These people, they are not Igbo people. They speak other language. They are other ethnic groups.
Afridamus, can this guy answer my question? He is doing too much talking. Can he answer my question? No, he doesn't care about it. Because he doesn't know nothing.
Hold on.
You don't know nothing, man. Can you answer?
I'm not talking about House of Assembly here. I'm talking about tribe. The tribe, the Igbo tribe, the Benue people, they have their own tribe, which their language, they speak Ibibio. They speak Igala language.
So someone on the panel is saying Boya is French. How is Boya?
You understand me? You can't just merge all those people. Okay, if you say you share border with the Igbo people, that means the Benue people, they are not. You don't count them as.
The Igbo people are not only in Nigeria. You fail to understand. What do you know? The Igbo. Do you know the Igbo tribe is not only in Nigeria, young man? There are Igbos in Cameroon as well. What the heck are you talking about?
Because they move. Even they are in my city. I'm from Benin.
They're even in Ghana. They move. They're even in Gambia. Judah, they are even in Gambia.
These ones do not move. What the heck are you
Judah, he's right. If it's these Igbos, they are in Nigeria, in Gambia, even.
Right, because the ones in Cameroon did not move. The ones
No.
in Cameroon did not
Are
move.
you
What the hell are you
serious?
talking about? You
Jude,
have no clue.
Jude, they live in even Gambia. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They came
They
from
live in
Nigeria.
Gambia, but the ones in Cameroon did not move. These were the ones
Oh,
that were
jeez.
there in existence. What the heck are you talking about?
They
It's
live
the
in
Igbo tribe.
Equatorial. They live in Equatorial Guinea also.
There are Igbos in Equatorial Guinea, in Gabon, in Cameroon. These ones did not move like the ones that move. These ones were there before exist, like the same like the Igbos in Nigeria. What the heck? This guy doesn't even want to answer my question. Do you know what
Because
was the Eastern
what you
Regional
are
House of
saying is
Assembly?
irrelevant. I'm talking
Let me
about
tell no, it's
here.
not. It's not because you are mumu, you are dumb, you don't know nothing. These
Okay.
people,
It is
let me tell
irrelevant.
you. Let me tell you,
Because
the
you always
Igbo.
claim what you are not. You always
Let
claim
me
what you
tell
are
you.
not. You never.
Why am I claiming what I'm not? I'm a
Yes, you are
Bantu
always claiming
original
what you are
people
not.
of
You are just
Africa.
like
What the heck
you
are
are
you?
just like Godfrey,
Afridamus,
who
can
is
I
from
talk? This guy have finished talking. Can I talk now? Okay, let me tell you what the Bantus people are, right? The Bantus are the original people of Africa. We believe that we
all
are
these
the people
talking
that
points. All these
let me
talking
finish,
points
man. You
comes
talk a
from
lot. Let me
you watching the Black America on YouTube. You don't. You just copy their talking points. All of a sudden, the Bantu. All sorts of
Afridamus,
rubbish
who is doing the talking?
online
Am I the
here
one to
every
talk
day.
now? I thought this guy already finished talking.
Mike, go ahead. Mike should speak.
How can Mike go ahead that he just got here? I'm the one talking, and you say, "Wow, Afridamus, are you guys stopping me from talking? What the heck?"
Because you always bring confusion. Anytime you come online, it's just confusion.
Wow, I'm out of here. What I was saying is the Bantus are the original people of Africa, right?
I haven't told you from my state to the Igbos part of Nigeria. It's just 1 hour and something drive. You said
Hold on. Hold on, UFC, guys.
from where you live.
Guys, please, if the host is talking, just calm down. Let's not talk over each other. One at a time.
Okay.
Please, one at a time. Let's not talk over each other.
Can I speak?
Judah, here we go. Judah, guys, geez, like what are we doing here? Like, how hard is it for people to wait their turn? I don't get this. Like, I get it. We all have something to say, but come on, man. We need to stop cutting each other off and allow people to finish talking. And Judah, come on, man. I get it. I don't know what you're doing, but you need to calm down
Guys,
with
do
that.
not let me talk. He has been.
No, but your turn is coming. Everybody is waiting for their turn. Just wait. If you don't keep cutting him off, he would have been done by now, and you would be talking.
No.
Allow the man to finish talking. Since I'm the host, wait. I'm the host. Hey, UFC, finish up, because Judah wants to deliberately ruin the show. Go ahead, UFC.
No, I'm done. Let him continue.
Okay, go ahead, Judah. Judah, you can unmute now.
Okay, someone on the panel is saying, I say West Africa panel and say never say a lot of things that are,
now your audio is messing up.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Someone
Go ahead.
on the panel is saying, I say West Africans are Bantus. I've never said West Africans are
Who's saying that? Who's saying that?
I mean, but this is the thing. This is the thing, right?
Hold on. Nobody said that here, Judah.
I mean on the panel. I mean on the chat group. But sorry,
But forget the chat. Just answer the. Just get on it, because we are about to close.
What this guy is talking, right? He has know what the Eastern Regional House of Assembly was. The Amazonians, us, and the Igbo and the Ijaw people, the Cross River. We used to be part of the same Eastern Regional House of Assembly. We did things together. Even till today, they are my people that are married to this. We do the same things that he is claiming his own people are doing. This is the thing. Now, I'm not going to talk much, right? Because I'm not an Igbo or a Hebrew. But when it comes to the Bantu Israelite, let me give you more anxiety into it. They have 12 tribes of the Bantu Israelite people. They have 12 tribes. If you are not of this tribe, then you are not a Bantu. You can claim whosoever you are, but the Bantus are the original people of Africa. We believe that our ancestors came from Egypt to Israel, or what the Israel that they called is not even the Israel, because the promised land of the
now you Egyptian
over there. The promised land is found somewhere where our people, we know where the promised land is at. And if you want to get into the Bantu Bible, we can give it to you. And if you don't want to, then don't talk about us, because we are there are tribes in Cameroon called Bantu. You can go and Google it. We don't make things up, because the Bantu are the same like a tribe in Nigeria called Igbo or Yoruba. It's a conglomeration of people, and the Bantus are part of it. So I'm not gonna talk much. You want to come here and disrespect me or talk low about, man, get the fuck out of here, man. I've been on this street.
Judah, let's watch out with the F-bombs. Respect the show. Come on, man.
This brother has no clue about
Judah, with the F-bombs, please respect the show. No profanity.
Can I speak?
Oh, okay, Afridamus, let me finish, man. Hey, man, hold on, man. You just got on the panel. Let me talk. You gonna talk?
Judah, just finish up. Stop addressing the other panelists. Look, man. No, seriously, man. I'm being patient, but you're really pushing the patient. I have a show to run here. You cannot come here and try to sabotage my show. That's what you're doing.
I'm not gonna do that, man. I respect you so much, and I want to thank you for letting me come into your panel and talk about my own people and the things that they have been through. But I want to thank all the other Bantus on the panel and say they should keep believing in what they believe in. And I want to tell them, like, there's hopes and there's light on the tunnel. And we the Bantu people were the ones that were sold as slavery. One of the tribes that were sold was Joseph, which was one of the Bantu tribes that was sold. And I want to thank people who are Bantus, because the Bantus have to really unite and become as one people, because the Bantus are scattered all over the places, man. I would consider a black Mexican Bantu than consider most of these West African people who are not Bantus. And these are the people we align with. We want to align with the Bantu Israelite people, the ones that we feel like we're scattered all over the place, than these people that are not, part of us. So thank you, Afridamus, and thank you for letting me come in and talk. And I'm going to say bye to these people and bye.
Thank you. Thank you, Judah. All right, we got EW. Go ahead, EW.
Yeah.
Are you there, EW? Something happened to your audio, EW. Go back out and fix it. All right, Mike. Go ahead, Mike.
Afridamus, sorry.
Hey, what's good, Mike?
I'm great. Yeah, I want to correct Judah. The Igbo land does not border Cameroon. You have to, it's the Akwa Ibom and Cross River that borders Cameroon. So if you're coming from Cameroon, you have to go through about 10 different tribes before you get to Igbo land. So I don't know what Judah was talking about. And then he said,
so is the Igbos, are they Israelites? Like, what do you think about what Godfrey is sitting there with those guys, eating it, and those white guys are saying the Igbos are being prosecuted in Nigeria. What do you think about all that?
Yeah, that Jeffrey guy, that guy is sick, man. That guy is just Jeffrey
Mm-hmm.
The guy is lost. It's lost. He's confused. He's the guy boy. He doesn't know anything about. Maybe he knows. He's just pretending like last year. I don't know. But he doesn't know. There's nothing. It's like a guy.
So what is this thing? Judah said, he's closer to Igbos than Yoruba land. Like, is
Judah just like to come online to argue and just fight and just entertain. Yeah, just want to come here and have a good time, have fun. That's it. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
The
Igbos are not close. The Igbos border UFC Edo. The Igbos, but they are more. Even the Igbo people, the only of Omicha, I would say the Igbos came from Benin Kingdom. They migrated from Benin Kingdom to the other side of the river. And Igbo land, and Igbo land is like surrounded. It's like in the middle of Nigeria. I mean, like the Igbo land doesn't border Cameroon. So he said there are Igbos in Cameroon. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about, man?
They have Igbos
are only in Nigeria.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They maybe they are doing business like they're doing in Gambia.
Yeah, they migrate a lot. They migrate a lot. Like, first of all, I'll tell you what, the Igbo population in the world, the Igbo people's population, they can't fit in Igbo land because the Igbo land is so small. But the population exploded. That's why they're all over. Like, I think about a little over 100 years ago, they created a policy that every woman must have, I think, 9 children. Minimum, like a title, if a woman in Igbo land give birth to like 9 kids, they give her like this title like that. She becomes this, So the women were having a lot of babies, so their population just blew. So like if you look at Igbo land on the Nigerian map, it's so small. It's about the size of like Oyo State, like one state Nigeria, and their population is so huge. That's why they have to spread all over Nigeria, spread everywhere, and move around, So
okay,
yeah. I mean,
so clearly, you think, just like you say, like why do you think second generation Nigerians, not all, but people like, Godfrey, mostly they tend to be Igbo. They want to attach to everything except Nigeria or African. It's like they don't even want to identify with African.
No, you have to understand
they
what
would
happened.
attach themselves to even other black group.
A lot of Igbos have animosity towards Nigeria because of the Biafran war,
But what about the rest of Africa? These guys some of them are saying they're not even related to Africans.
Yeah, I mean, some of those guys, their parents were really hurt. I mean, what happened to them during the war? Like that civil war was very bloody, So when they left, some of them came to United States. Like Jeffrey, for example, I could tell maybe his parents came as refugees during the war to United States. Like a lot of them came, and then some of them just they left. Like those that left Nigeria during the 70s, their memory of Africa is that bloody civil war, So some of them never went back, and some of them just give birth to children in America, and they just raise them to be Americans and forget Africa, forget Nigeria and things like that. So I think that's what happened to someone like Jeffrey. Like parents never, like in the Igbo household, when the parents talking to their children, they don't say good things about Nigeria.
Oh, really?
That's why that's why they tend to have. That's why you see them online always bad Martin Nigeria. Always talking bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So
they don't say good.
Yeah,
things.
you know what? It's not only them. I've met people before here. When I first came to America, I used to see there are some of these Africans, like the old school. There's something about some of these old school. It's not even just Igbo. They don't say good stuff about Africa to their children. Their kids just seem to not want to associate to Africa. They're ashamed of being African. Not all.
Some of them.
Not all though. Because I know some are gonna come and be like, Afridamus, you're so wrong. I'm not saying all, but I've noticed that.
Many of them feel like, okay, some of them were living in poverty before leaving Africa. And
like abject poverty.
Abject poverty,
You're right.
exactly.
You're
so
right.
when they had a chance to move to a white man's better economic position, they begin to see the white man who saved them
As
from
God. So they don't believe that it's just like they see Africa as a hellhole.
Like, okay, this white man was one that saved me from poverty, for allowing me to come to this country and something like that. So
because it's weird. Some of them, even the way they describe Africa to us, the Africans, they're talking to us like we came from, like we sleep on trees. Like some of their description, it blows my mind. I'm like, did your parents not tell you? But I never challenge it because I'm like, maybe their parents came from deep jungle where or maybe abject poverty. Because have you heard like that Cameroonian woman, my co-host Mamizi, when she talk about Africa, doesn't it like the way she described? I'm like, oh Lord, like I mean, I came from Africa years ago before the internet was even a thing. But even then, considering even how small Gambia is, it's nowhere close to what these people try to describe things to be like.
It's called there's different ways people look at things. There's different amounts. Some people only see negative. Some like to see look at life. So let's say you just see your cup half full or half empty. You understand? You can describe your cup is that half full or half empty. Human beings where we call them negative humans. Like when they want to see things, they only look at the.
So Mike, why are you guys prosecuting the Igbos?
Prosecuting the Igbos? What the fuck?
That's what Godfrey's Jewish friends.
The guy's confused, man. Prosecuting Igbos? Are you kidding me? it's like white America.
He got arrested, put in jail, and got deported out of Nigeria because he was there to connect with his Igbo Israelite family members.
It's like white America saying they're being persecuted in America. Like the majority tribe being persecuted. Yeah. What does that happen in the world? The Igbos are the majority in Nigeria. I don't know. If anyone they'll complain about prosecution. If someone from maybe a minority tribe like the Ogoni or those kind of people,
It will be me. It will be me.
Or UFC, yeah, you
Yeah.
have an
Smaller
argument.
tribe. All right, let's allow Rashid.
But
Rashid,
let me say something about the Jew phenomenon, their whole Jew phenomenon thing about Igbos being Jew. That thing started during the war and right after the war, because the Nigerian Civil War happened not too long after World War II.
The Biafra War.
Yeah, the Biafran War. Yeah, so during World War II, the Jews in Europe were killed, they died in their millions, right?
Right.
So because the Igbos also were dying like in their millions during that war, so people started kind of drawing parallel, like, oh, look what happened to the Jews. You got the Jews of Africa, because it's kind of like saying, oh, this thing happened to the Jews. Oh, they're kind of saying, oh, you guys are the Jews of Africa. So that kind of thing, like you dying like that. So it was just a figure of speech or something. And again, I think the British were really marking the Igbos, because when English people want to joke among themselves, when a white man, Englishman, see another Englishman is very greedy, they will say you're a Jew, because the Jew people, they are known to be. I have some white friends, they will say, man, you Jew, man, you're greedy as hell, So the British, they were really marking them, because they saw that war as a war of greed, because that civil war, the Ojukwu and those guys were so greedy. They were so greedy. They're willing to let their people die because of that oil. They wanted to, to claim, because that war was really about oil. The Igbos wanted to take that oil in Niger Delta. Yeah, they want to control that oil by all means, in the Niger Delta. And then by breaking the country and creating Biafra, taking the Niger Delta and honing it, because they saw that's massive wealth. And then they're willing to go to war. And then they're willing to let their people die in a high number. So the British were looking at them like, dude, you got to be too greedy to... Are you that greedy that you let your people die this, just because of money? So that's why they were kind of marking it like, dude, you got to be a Jew, man. So
okay.
yeah, that's where that came from. So it was after that there's some ignorant people, whatever white man call an African, that's what Africa will accept.
Yeah, because look at how Godfrey is all perplexed and happy that these guys are talking about this. It's just funny. But let's allow Rashid also to chime in before we close out here. Rashid, go ahead, Rashid.
Hello, Afridamus. How you doing today?
Hey, thank you for finally your internet stabilizing. Go ahead, Rashid. Rashid, what do you think about the conversation here, like Godfrey, with these guys talking about the Igbos are Jews, and these people even going all the way to Nigeria? I mean, they got arrested and deported. But do you think, what do you think is going on?
Okay, I think Godfrey is kind of a confused guy, because one time he was FBA, one time he was Hebrew Israelite. So he turned the conversation back and forth. But in terms of these guys, they are really selling Hebrew thing to Africa, because Africa became a market of selling idea. So people are just buying anything that Africans, because in Africa we don't write our own history. People they just preach anything, so they just keep buying it. So how you gonna be an Hebrew Israelite where your DNA doesn't say that? So scientifically,
or maybe a Bantu, like Rashid, you're from Somalia, right?
Yes.
East Africa, so you're very familiar with Bantu. You share country with the Bantus.
Oh yes.
Like are the Bantus, like, let's clear, are they Hebrews? Have you ever heard them claim to be Hebrews?
I never heard before. I just heard from what I call it, Judah from Judah, who sound like he's confused guy. So I only heard from him that the Bantu Hebrew Israelite, something like that. But in the Bantu, mostly they live in East Africa. That's where the Bantus are. Mostly Kenya,
East and
Tanzania,
South. And like some of even the South African are like, look, we are Africans. Stop associating us to Jews. So, so you've never heard them in Somali Bantus or Kenyan Bantus claiming this.
Afridamus, by the way, why are people trying to be Jew anyway?
Let me finish first. You see, this thing is not new to us. Identity confusion is not new to me, because I know some of my people believe they are Arabs, and they were selling this. The Arabs were selling this to us. Even our first president, second president, he was given a lot of money.
Siad Barre?
Yes, Siad Barre. He was given a lot of money to even wipe out our own language. and reintroduce
Oh,
Arabic
wow.
to reintroduce Arabic. So later on, he started rewriting the Somali also script at the same time when he get to his hands. But the first time he was selling, they told him, "Oh, we are Arabs and all that," because of Ban Arabism. It started back in early 70s, in 1972 by the Egyptian president at the time.
Gamal. You mean in the
Gamal
50s? Gamal
Nasser.
Abdel Nasser. Yeah.
Yes. So they was kind of so in our side is not new to us. This kind of identity, going to another country saying that we are this or that. So, but we have to, Africa has deep. We have roots and history, and our tribes are really. We have our own traditions and culture. You see, Israel. I mean, the Jewish and the Arabs. They started only 2,000 years. They started with Abraham. That's where the lineage starts. Abraham has two sons. One is Isaac, and one was Ishmael. So they started with Abraham. We were existed before that. Even the Igbos, they existed before that. 2,000, 4,000 years we're talking about. Even
But
the
you see, Rashid, my thing is, right? Like my tribe.
Yes.
I think with all this migration, we would be even more, have more leverage to say we might be Jewish because our tribe is more, we are Sahelian tribe.
Yes.
We're closer to, Morocco, because originally my tribe occupied like Mauritania,
Yes.
going all the way Mali up there to,
they were
Burkina area,
also
Chad.
Merchants. They were merchants also.
Yeah.
Merchants, right?
So like, but if like us, I've never heard anyone in my tribe remove. Oh no, if you tell them they are Jewish, they would be insulted by that.
Yes.
You see?
I'll be insulted if someone call me a Jew.
Because
I'm like, why would I want to be a Jew? I'm better than a freaking Jew, man. Why would I want to be?
Wait! Don't say that on this show.
Sorry.
He was joking. Those of you that are gonna come look at it, Mike, tell them you were just playing.
I was playing.
All right, let me read
On
this.
the real note,
Hold on, let me read it. Hold on, let me read.
I'm better being
Mike, hold on, Mike. I got you, Mike.
Okay.
Let's be, he was just playing. Okay, African Renaissance said, Afridamus, you are now touching a sensitive issue of tribalism. Igbo and Yoruba don't get along. You are taking the Yoruba and Hausa side. The speaker is Yoruba, biased against Igbo. Mike, am I biased against anything, or I'm just presenting the topic as it is?
You just presenting a topic, but some of these guys are just like you, man. Don't worry.
Thank you, my guy. No, I'm not being biased. So on that note, guys, I'll give UFC 30 seconds, Mike 30 seconds, Rashid, and then we'll close out completely this time around. Go ahead, UFC.
Afridamus, you are fair in your analysis on this topic. You see, I don't understand. It's only black people who are always confused about where they came from. As for me, I know where I came from. I know my place because I know my father's village, my mother's village, where they came from in Benin. I'm not a lost soul. I'm a Benin man, and I'm a Nigerian.
You mean you're not a Bantu Hebrew?
I am not. Because
it looks like you will not be welcome to Cameroon then.
I'm not confused like Jude.
Yeah. Well, thank you, UFC. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Good night.
All right. Go ahead, Mike.
My advice to Africans, man, stop trying to be something, some stories white people told you or something outside of Africa. Africa is great enough. Just be who you are. Be your ethnic. I'm from Yoruba. I'm a Yoruba person. Why would I want to be Jew? Why would I want to claim to be something because I read it in the Bible or some book that was not written by Africans? Why would I want to be Arab? I want to be something else. Dude, there's nothing better than being a West African, to be honest. Like I don't want to be Jew. I don't want to be Catholic. I don't want to be any of these things that's un-African. I don't want to be someone in the Bible. That's not my story.
And Mike, before you leave, Mike, are you scared to go to Nigeria because they're kidnapping people? Godfrey is worried about getting kidnapped.
No one's gonna kidnap Godfrey, man. Like he's too broke, man. Like I just came back from Nigeria, I feel like I'm poor. The kind of wealthy people you see all over the place, man. You will know. Let me tell you.
Mike, trust me, I've been seeing
Davido, Whiskey, all those guys are in Nigeria. They are way richer than entertainers.
I've been
because he's
seeing.
famous. Go ahead.
I've been seeing. Oh, yes.
The guy said because he's famous. I'm like, are you more famous than Burna Boy? All these guys, they all live in Nigeria, right there. So who are you? You're nobody, man. The guy is nobody. Like, who want to kidnap a broke ass dude like that? I mean, no one even care about him in Nigeria. He's
Well,
talking
Godfrey,
about,
if you're listening, you just heard it from the
the
Nigerian
guy
brother here.
is just a $5 FBA entertainer. Like, he's not as successful as the Nigerian. Even the Nigerian comedians are more successful than him. The Nigerian comedian in Nigeria, those guys make real money. They don't need to be doing podcasts to make extra YouTube money and stuff like that. Jeffrey,
I mean,
Godfrey, whatever his name is.
even Michael Blackson is shinier than him in
He's
Africa.
shinier than him. Michael Black is even making more money in Ghana right now than Godfrey is making in America right now. With podcast paycheck, or maybe a couple $100 a month. That's why the guy is a failure.
Well, Mike, I have my podcast here. Don't talk down on the podcast. Thank you, Mike. Thank you.
See, let me tell you, the Igbos came from the Benin Kingdom. They were on that. They came. If they don't, some of them don't want to accept that history. That they're from their king, their number one king, which is the Obi of Onitsha, said it, and they all want to attack him. The Igbo are so proud in Nigeria today that they just think they're above, because their population is huge. So they think because their population is bigger than the population of the Edo people now, they want to think there's no way they will come out of them. They don't know the history. The Benin Kingdom was a very powerful empire back in those days. All those tribes around that area, they all came out of Benin Kingdom. They were under the Benin Kingdom. That's their true history. They didn't come from any Israel. They were from the Benin Kingdom. That's where they came from.
Well, you guys heard it here. They're not from Israel. Thank you, Mike. Thank you very much. All right. Rashid, the floor is yours, Rashid. Closing statement.
Okay, Afridamus. You know what I was just confused with many Africans when they talk about their
identity
crisis, and I know we should be proud of our own tribes and tradition. Now, for example, I identify myself as an African and Somali because that's the two. Africa is where that's where our continent is. That's what we have our own future. Our border, we share our borders, and tribe is what we are. We are all about tribes, and I'm a Somali tribe. So that's what I am, and I'm so proud of it. I don't identify myself as even color. I don't say I am black
Rashid,
or this.
Rashid, sorry for cutting you off. Rashid, yesterday when I played like this Soninke brief history, you notice it says Soninke did not talk about other tribe. So it's like that the ethnic group, because we go by you are part of your tribe. We have Soninke tribe, but we have different clans, like what they call Kabila.
Yes, that's the kind of family lineages.
Yes, so
even
though so it goes from like your immediate family, your clan, and the tribe.
Yes, but the most important is that the tribe, because that will have a significant
because that's the bigger nation. Yes, that unite everybody.
That's the nation also. Yes,
right.
The tribe is the nation. So I am, I am black, but I don't identify myself as black, because if you ask now someone from Israel or Arab, he will tell you I'm an Arab. He will never say to you I am this color. So why we have to jump to our colors? Color make you feel later on, you will feel like everything will against you. The police stopped me because I'm black. Because this guy didn't.
Like Godfrey said, everybody hates the black people.
That's not true.
I know.
It's not true. We are living in a white neighborhood. How you will have individuals. That's normal. To every nation, you will have some people that negative and positive, but majority of the people are always good. Even to China, if I go to China today, many people will welcome me. So and then you will find individuals will see you different.
Rashid, you're Somali here in America. I'm sure you around Somali community. Have you ever seen some of the kids and you see the way they think and their idea who were born here? Do you see any of them like thinking like Godfrey? Like you look at the way they act or their parents teach them. Do you see them like within a short time they're gonna dissociate themselves from Somalia or Somali at all?
Actually, no. Actually, our kids, they still believe they are Somali.
Yes, for example, I noticed that with you guys as kids, out here, even if they are born here, they
still Somali.
strictly.
They still Somali. Even we have some banners, they come here, like Mo. Yesterday he was talking. Mo, he's a boy born in England and so on,
Right.
but they still believe they're Somali first.
Mhm.
I mean, 2 days ago they were opening Somali embassy in England. So they were Somali even who were born in England, where they were identified themselves as Somali. So you are first Somali, then everything else
Second.
comes second. Yes, America will come second, or England will come second, but you are Somali first. It's not the way America put the way America even put is that way. Somali, American. So you go with the Somali first. You identify yourself as Somali. You don't jump also yourself to identify color thing or something like that. We are black, and we don't deny that you are black, but some kids here will
You know,
talk like
you do have some of your wannabe Somali, like the girls who wanna be activists. They also out there. They pretend to be black activists. I do see every few of them, but
oh
it's not
yes,
as common.
I've seen that. I've seen some kids, some girls. I mean, some boys or girls. They become like black thing into their minds,
They
and I
become
think
like Ilhan Omar.
Like Ilhan Omar, who sometimes talk about that. She identifies herself like a black or something like that. But
But
I
she
think
doesn't. She doesn't like She doesn't like Israel though.
no, because I don't know her politics, but she
Her
was in.
husband is Jew though.
Yeah, her husband is Jew. Yes, yes, I
Sounds
know that.
confusing to me.
I know, and she kind of want to get vote from the Somali side when it comes to Minnesota. Even she supports the those letters
Mhm.
LGBT. She also support that. So she's a kind of a sellout woman. We don't support her. I don't support myself. I don't support her because the way she first I used to support her when she first running because I thought that she will have impact on the
Representing.
Somalia or Africa as a general. That she will be one of us. But now I don't think so. She's
I'm kind of glad Ilhan Omar got elected. Obama also got elected because all these people helped us Africans
yes.
to wake up and realize, hey,
Mm.
just because these people came from where we come from, they have the power. They're not going to help Africa. The agenda is not to help Africa.
No, they are not.
So
They are
now
not.
we know that.
They don't
I
know.
mean, like I know some people will be like, yeah, they're elected at the region, but these people were elected to hold powerful positions.
Yeah,
Ilhan
yeah.
Omar got selected to be in the Senate in the arms
Congress.
in the Congress arms.
Foreign.
What
She
is it
was in
called?
the foreign relation, but she was
Foreign
kicked out.
relation, right?
She was kicked out
But
4 days ago.
yeah, she needed to get kicked out because they never stopped, doing secret bombings in Somalia, air raids. So what is her use over there?
No, they don't. These people they just run to get their own gains, but they don't run to help people, to help Africa, or to they are not there. Oh, you see, Obama. I voted Obama twice. At the same time, he doesn't do anything for Africa. Nothing.
Yeah,
So
don't remind me about voting for him.
yes, voted for him.
It's
I
not
was
only
here in
you,
DC as a citizen.
unfortunately.
You know, Afridamus. I was here in DC 2008. I was so happy, and I was really partying at the time that day, that night. Running around and happy for cheering for that. But what happened later on? He destroyed Libya. He destroyed many things. He destroyed, you see Libya today. He was one of the guys who destroyed that country.
Yeah, so that's how I look at people like Godfrey here.
Mhm.
Because you flip-flopping, you try to, when it's convenient, he's gonna claim Igbo, Nigerian. So it's like nobody even knows what he is at this
because
point.
because he doesn't have a stand. He doesn't have an identity. He have issue with where he belong to. When we don't know where you belong to, then that will be a problem. You have to know who you are first. You have to identify yourself as African and Nigerian as second. He's supposed to identify himself these two, and then his tribe, which is if he's Yoruba or Igbo. I think he was Igbo, so he will say I'm Igbo. When he's with African, he will say I'm Igbo. When he is with white American, he will say I am an African. Or when he's asking which part of Africa you from, I'm from Nigeria, and then he will say I'm Igbo. So you have these three identity. You don't have only one, but you go with different category. So you jump.
Yeah, it's confusing. Thank you very much, Rashid,
you,
for coming
Afridamus.
again. And another thing I have to say, one thing I noticed with Somalis though, right? When it comes like Ilhan Omar, like people, they were like, yeah, we supported her before, but now we know who. One thing with you guys, you have no problem pointing out that no, we do not support Ilhan Omar and her shenanigans. Unlike other people, we have this hard time with many other blacks, no matter how the one individual they gave the power to continue to destroy, they would have a hard time to admit it. There are so many black people, even here in America today, they still are refusing to admit that Obama was useless. they still are refusing.
You're right.
Like you and I are admitting it. Many of them are still refusing to admit it.
We have to be realistic. We have to be realistic. We have to see if this person is really representing us. If that person is representing us, then we have to say that person does not belong to us anymore. You know,
the other day I was at the Starbucks around a coffee shop. I met this older Somali gentleman. We were talking and talked about Ilhan Omar. He said, "Oh no, wallahi, we don't support her." He said, "No, not anymore."
Not anymore, yes, not anymore.
Yeah, not anymore. But thank you, Rashid, for coming.
Thank you, Afridamus, and it was really a great show. I missed it the first part, but thank you very much.
No problem. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, guys, that was a great conversation. We've established many of the panelists here are saying, many of the people from Nigeria they called in. They are saying Godfrey is confused, as I suspected, because he seems like a grifter. 1 minute he's Hebrew, now that's the Israelite, or black, or Igbo. We don't know. We don't know. Maybe next week it would be cool to be a Chihuahua, So who knows, right? But I really had a great time with you guys. And please make sure you like and share this video. And if you're new here, subscribe to the channel. Do not hesitate. And don't hesitate to hit the like. Here we go.
They're your brothers.
They're not our
and
brothers.
sisters.
They're not our brothers. If you are born in America and have lived there for 300 years, you're no longer African. Those are Americans. We don't need them.
We don't need
They
them
were
to develop.
taken away, unfortunately, but they are Americans. We will develop by ourselves. Yeah, we have the capacity, we have the will, we have the resolve. We don't need them. No.
I totally agree with you. Thank you so much, sir.
I don't know if that's confusion, but that was a man being interviewed in Kenya somewhere, believing that the blacks are not Africans. So there's confusion all over the world. But until next time, I will leave you guys with one of our favorite professors since it's Black History Month. Shout out to Professor Tommy Sotomayor, a true black historian. Here we go.
You a grown-ass man. You call me to troll me. Did you get what you want out of this? Did it make you feel better now? There's a difference. I don't bother people I don't like. And this is what you have to deal with niggas. What they built, what they did, what they gained.
You want to live off somebody else's law.
What they built, what they did, what they gained.
You want to live off somebody else's law.
Niggas are the worst people on earth. I do understand why they made them slaves. I think one of the worst things that happened was they stopped making them slaves. If they'd have kept niggas as slaves, we'd have built more shit. We'd have been better people. Whenever black people were under the oppression of white people, they did more. They were more productive people. Name the shit you built since being out of slavery. Name it. Name it. Let me explain. You claim you built DC.
You were enslaved when you did that.
You claim you built the railroads.
You were enslaved when you did that.
Everything you claim you built in America, it's when white people had the whip on your ass. What have you built since? Go on, what have you built since? Nobody wants to talk about the facts. Now all you do is go around and begging white people for shit. All these hoods y'all proud of, white people gave them to you. You didn't build them. What they built, what they did, what they gained.
You wanna live off somebody else's law.
What they built, what they did, what they gained.
You wanna live off somebody else's law.
What they built, what they did, what they gained.
You wanna live off somebody else's law.
What they built, what they did, what they gained.
You wanna live off somebody else's law.
Did black people build Cabrini Green? Nope. Did black people build Capitol homes? Nope. Did black people build Carver homes? Nope. Did black people build O-Block? Nope. Did black people build any of these things you're talking about? 63rd, 62nd, 69th? Did you build any of that shit? Nope. Did black people build Compton?
What?
Did black people build Compton?
What?
Did black people build Compton? Nope. Let me explain. Black Wall Street. Come on, bro. Black Wall Street. Your ass ain't built Black Wall Street back now, have you? You got all these black millionaires and all these black millionaires who own clothing companies. You could have been built Black Wall Street back a long time. When you hear all these niggas love to go back to Black Wall Street, that tell you black people are lazy and ain't shit. This person said Black Wall Street. Sir, you remember what Black Wall Street was built under? Jim Crow. I'll let you go. What they built, what they did, what they gained.
You wanna live off somebody else's law.
What they built, what they did, what they gained.
You wanna live off somebody else's law.
What they built, what they did, what they gained.
You wanna live off somebody else's law.
What they built, what they did, what they gained.
You wanna live off somebody else's law.
What have you built? Give me the Black Wall Street 20 years in the last 20 years, the last 10 years. Give me that. Y'all niggas can't put together